Chapter 1299 First Ending. He's dead. Who the thick spiritual energy flooded the surroundings of the mortal domain cultivators, making them sit down on the spot to cultivate at this incredible opportunity. A month later, Wu Qingqiu and the others ignored everything as they cultivated at the Thunder Pavilion. They opened their eyes to find themselves stronger than the invincible sword of before. What did the array do? Everyone looked around with joy, Wu Qingqiu crying, "This doesn't feel like our home, like our entire world changed." Zhuo Fan had been obsessed with it for a century, but what did it do? It's incredible. Wu Randong stood up looking grave. The palace lord said that this array will connect two worlds, that they would combine at its activation. All this incredible spiritual energy we're enjoying comes from the other side. The place with the Devil Mountain Zhuo Fan mentioned? Yes. Wu Randong was grave. Wu Qingqiu nodded with an excited look. This is why Devil Mountain's disciples were all powerful. They had the best conditions. It's all thanks to Zhuo Fan that we get to enjoy the same treatment when he combines the two worlds. Wu Randong wasn't happy at all. I don't know for certain, but there has to be a good reason why the palace lord had us wait for the very last moment until he gave us the signal to activate the array. The two worlds might be one now, but we better go find the palace lord to help him out. Right, we first got to find him. But, Wu Qingqiu frowned. Where do we start? Where do we go? Wu Randong considered. I had the disciples of the five lands spread out. With the worlds combining, there have to be common points that should show us the way. I hope so. Wu Qingqiu sighed. By the time we find the limit of that world, Brother Zhuo might be gone. A blue figure flew high in the sky, going at incredible speed. An angry shout came. Damn coot traitor, stop right there. Whoosh, a golden flame startled the man in blue. Looking back, he threw an azure fire at the golden flame. Boom! The clash resulted in a grand explosion of flames. The mighty power shook the heavens and broke the earth. The sky sported black holes for thousands of miles. Even peak saints weren't capable of such destruction. Whoosh, the two separated from the clash. What are you doing, you crazy old man? Kuanping cursed Dragon Ancestor. I've yet to pay you back from before. What did I do to you? Pay me what? For treason. Dragon Ancestor gnashed his teeth. If not for you selling Thunder Phoenix out, we wouldn't have been stuck in the mortal domain for so long. With all our powers, combine our strengths? You think that's enough against the Heavenly Sovereign? Kuanping cut him off with a sneer. Ignorant fool, you have no idea how bad things were last time. You're only standing here whining, you big worm, because of Thunder Phoenix and my faking weakness trick. Dragon Ancestor blinked. Trick? What? That is what Thunder Phoenix did willingly. I never sold anyone out. Dragon Ancestor shook, baffled. What? Is he insane? Giving himself over to the Heavenly Sovereign? He wasn't insane but upright. To save everyone, his sacrifice was worth it. What the hell do you know? Kuanping glared inside. Dragon Ancestor was utterly confused, his rage gone. A cold aura came over that snuffed out the remaining flames around. The two cried out. Cao, you're out. Ha ha ha, I am. I got tired of wandering the same North Sea. Now that the Heavenly Sovereign's barrier is gone, I'm free to stretch my legs. Don't mind me, duke it out, hee hee. The space warped and a one-eyed old man appeared with a grin. Kuanping sighed. Old dragon Cao, allow me to explain what happened while we go find Zhuo Fan. He had the mortal domain removed, because he believed us. He must have met with the Heavenly Sovereign. We must save him before the Heavenly Sovereign kills him, and all our suffering will be for naught. Kuanping flew away. TCH, what suffering? Hiding on a mountain, while we were stuck in our prison. Dragon Ancestor huffed, but still chose to follow. They had a common enemy, and he took precedence over any betrayal. Cao shrugged as he joined them. They flew for 3 days, and arrived at the limit of the mortal domain with the sacred domain. They entered the new world and Kuanping shrieked while Dragon Ancestor roared. Whoosh, birds flew over and dragons growled as they came in joy. Greetings, Sir Kuanping. Greetings, Dragon Ancestor. What about me? Cao felt sour being left out. Kuanping snickered. Cao, don't mind it. This isn't the sea, so they aren't your people. Right, then let's go to the sea. Would Zhuofan go there though? Decimating dragon ancestor glanced at the spiritual beasts and dragons. Listen up. We're looking for a human called Zhuofan. Find him. One dragon hesitated. Ancestor. Is he the same Zhuofan the Luo clan have as steward? He was a steward of a tiny clan in mortal domain. He looked to enjoy his spot too. Kuimping nodded. Do you know where he is? The dragon bowed. Ancestor sirs, Steward Zhua said he's your representative, and worked with us to attack the sacred mountains. Oh, the punk knew to steal authority. First he let us rot, then he used our name? Preposterous. Dragon ancestor raged. Where is that punk? I'll string him up and chop him to pieces. SSS the dragon started. He isn't ancestor's representative? Curses, he played us. He had 2 sacred beasts, and one calling himself ancestor's inheritor, so we believed him. We even let them go to dragonizing pool. We'll go right away and execute those liars. What liars? You can't tell sacred beasts' aura from fakes? That inheritor is also an old dragon's disciple. Kuimping glanced at dragon ancestor. Dragon ancestor nodded. It must be Yilin. They are indeed under me. I was just being angry. But that doesn't mean you can just go wild on them. Try to keep your heads on your shoulders. All right. The dragon flinched and tensed. I never knew ancestor likes to joke around. He almost scared me. Thank God I didn't try anything with them. You still haven't said where Zhuofan is. Take us there. Yes, just. The dragon hesitated. What now? I can only take you to the Luo clan, because we can't find Steward Zhua. Why? Because he's dead. What? The sacred beasts cried out, with Kuimping slumping. It's all over. Our efforts are for nothing. Chapter 1300 First Ending. Uncrowned Sovereign. Father, elder brother. The Luo clan's leadership gathered in the main hall of their city and discussed. The sudden shouts had them looking towards the doors, now burst open by Gu Santong, Xiaoer and Yilin. Their auras clearly placed them at the saint stage. Ouyang Chongqing lit up. Yilin, you've been enjoying yourself with the dragons by the looks of it. I ought to take a trip to the dragonizing pool as well. Get back. Yilin pushed him away, rushing to Luo Yunhai. Clan head, where is my elder brother? Why do all the dragons say that he's dead? Luo Yunhai sighed and patted his shoulder. Big brother Zhua has a glimmer of hope but schwanger and miss you. They passed on to save dad. Sword Child stepped up with a grave look. They leaned on a sovereign's path for a power boost and wrested dad's weak soul from the heavenly sovereign. They, however, couldn't withstand a sovereign path's power and crumbled, soul and all. Yilin shook and sighed. Xiaoer cried, recalling the good times she had with Bali Yu. The closest to her were Bailey Jingtian and Bailey Yulei. The 3 had gone with Zhuofan to the sacred domain once their clan fell, but now one of them was no more. Bali Yulei saw her as his little sister, while Bailey Jingtian felt the pain of losing his relative. They had no hatred among the sadness, for this was Bali Yuyu's choice. Thundersword King, our revenge for Zhuofan is no longer important. Bailey Jingtian said. Frigid Rain Sword King is gone, and I feel a piece of me missing. We need to live in the moment and have no regrets. Bailey Yulei nodded heavily. I don't know if Zhuofan's sovereign path had something to do with it when he entered the emperor stage, but my eyes have opened up. I had spent a century obsessed with killing him, but forgetting all the people around me, my father, you. My hatred didn't change even as the empire fell. Now that Frigid Rain Sword King is gone, I have come to see that while hatred blinded me those 100 years, I failed to realize how many things I lost. Thundersword King, let's go home. I want to live my life in peace along with my father. His Majesty is at Drifting Flower City. Bailey Yulei said. We will find him there. Bailey Jingtian started. How do you know? Zhuofan told me. Bailey Yulei muttered. He knew your desire. But since you helped him, he looked after your family regardless of your intentions. His Majesty hasn't become a prisoner, but is living safely in Tianyu. It was there where Zhuofan lived his quietest moments. He hoped that the past emperor would find peace as well. Bailey Jingtian felt ashamed. He did all this while I almost left father to be forgotten. That's why Zhuofan thinks of everything. He has his own path that brings people together, which makes up his power. Bailey Yulei smiled. Let's wait for Steward Zhuo's return. We'll help him in this fight, and then go see His Majesty. What do you say? Bailey Jingtian closed his eyes and nodded through tears. Get lost. Yilin was furious as he stormed outside. Who's shouting in the Luo clan? I am, what of it? A middle-aged man in golden robes stood tall and majestic alongside two others. Gu Santong and Xiaoa knew them on the spot. Yilin was human and didn't know of dragon ancestors' human form, cursing instead. You got some nerve. Who are you to run wild in the Luo clan? Oh, you got to spread your wings, brat, and now you're teaching me? Dragon ancestor started, smiling at his disciple. Gu Santong and Xiaoer pulled Yilin back. Are you mental? To dare to go after the three monsters? Kunping didn't care looking around. The most pressing matter was to find Zhuofan. The dragon saints came as well and immediately kneeled. Ancestor, you're all right. We couldn't be more gratified to find you once more with us. Why, your master? Yilin cried out. Dragon ancestor glared. Brat, I'll deal with you later. Where's Zhuofan? Come out already. You can't be dead. Ancestor, a few days ago, the dragon sovereign was butchered by 8 people. You have to set this right and get revenge for him. The old dragons lamented. Dragon ancestor waved their whining away. Since he's dead, that's that. Just go pick other dragons with some talent. Zhuofan is more important right now. Is he dead or not? Ugh. The dragon saints were stumped. They rushed here the minute they heard their ancestor was back, hoping to get support. Only the ancestor cared not for them, wanting to know more about some human's life instead. Zhuofan must be ancestor's aide for sure. So they changed tactics. Ancestor, taking revenge for the dragon sovereign or Steward Zhuo is the same, because the same man killed them both. He's really dead? Dragon ancestor turned to Kunpeng. What now? The kid is dead and the sky will fall. Kunpeng shouted. Listen well, the fate of the world rests on Zhuofan. Tell me exactly if he is dead or not. Did you see it happen? Seniors, this is what happened. Sword Child came forward and retold the events. The 3 seniors eased up. I see. That's why there's a glimmer of hope. How fortunate. Old man, he's but a ruined soul now with his strength robbed. It can't get worse than this. What hope are you talking about? Dragon ancestor asked. You all right there? What can a cripple do? Cripple? Humph, you'd never say that if you knew who he is. Him? Dragon ancestor raised an eyebrow. Isn't he a pawn in your schemes? Or is he some sovereign's reincarnation? Kunpeng said, pretty much. Old dragon, remember the uncrowned sovereign? Him? Dragon ancestor gasped. The heavenly sovereign's younger brother. The one who with the heavenly sovereign was called Heavenly Daos Exalted? That's Zhuofan? Why is he on the demonic path? Isn't the goal of all sovereigns the supreme stage? Kunpeng's eyes shone. Heaven sealing Cao and dragon ancestor thought. The union of 10 paths, the supreme stage. Was such a legend true? Senior, could you? The trio chatted back and forth. When Luo Yunhai finally came forward with a smile and a bow, Kunpeng said, we're 3 sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng, decimating dragon ancestor and heaven sealing Cao. We guided Zhuofan once, and came to see what happened to him. Sacred beasts? The same ones that can fight sovereigns? Luo Yunhai and everyone cheered. With sirs we can beat the 2 enemies. Kunpeng's face twitched. When? One of them is the heavenly sovereign, who fought all the others by himself. Us 3 are nothing. Stop dreaming. Our only hope rests with Zhuofan. But Zhuofan is only a broken soul. How can he? Dragon ancestor shook his head. Kunpeng sneered. Didn't Sovereign Yin take the same ruined soul with his star path? By my reckoning, he must be at the heavenly rebirth lake. There he will regain everything, including the ancient power closest to the heavenly sovereign. Chapter 1301. Heavenly Rebirth Lake. Whoosh. On a clear night, a falling star crossed the skies and fell in a bush. Once the light faded, it revealed a hazy human shape. Where? Zhuofan looked around at the vegetation and quiet scenery. It felt like paradise, with not a trace of dirt marring its beauty. In the center of the meadow was a clear lake. The perfect surface instilled peace in him. Zhuofan crouched and touched the water. A ripple spread through the clear lake, and two people were reflected back. One of them was a young master in white robes, eminent and elegant. The other was cruel in his features. As they played chess, they all had calm gazes, having already known how this game would end. He knew who this was, the Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuofan gasped. What is this place? The lake can monitor the Heavenly Sovereign, and he can't sense it. What is going on? The sovereigns have sharp senses. They're connected to the world and will sense anyone looking at them. Little brother, you lose again. The Heavenly Sovereign's reflection placed one last piece and declared to the other. This is your 99th round without a single win. Isn't this enough? Younger brother? Did the Heavenly Sovereign have a younger brother? Didn't he call me like that as well? How come there's another? Or does he indulge in calling everyone that? You call yourself a brother when you're killing the other with your bare hands. Zhuofan watched on. The man in white smirked, shaking his hand. I accept my meager skill in defeat, ha ha ha. What meager? Reaching my stage and playing chess is a matter of skill? The Heavenly Sovereign stood up. I play for the world, for the cosmos, enacting my path. We both comprehend the heavenly Taos, and I have reached the sovereign stage with it. Another 8 have achieved their path as well. As the heavenly Taos sovereign, I'll be honest. I can feel the world's laws, and there can only be 10 sovereigns. When will you achieve your path and take the last spot? The man in white said, When it comes, it comes. When it comes. Your path is corrupted from all the emotions, and will never succeed. To achieve your path, you need to be like me and cast out all interferences. Oh, elder brother, you're too dogmatic. The man in white stood with a smile. 9 serenities and the others have achieved their path despite all emotions. Haven't they? The sovereign stage has nothing to do with your emotions, ha ha ha. Enough of your fake smiles. The heavenly sovereign glared and held his head high. Heaven is supreme while the earth is below. The heavenly Taos are ultimate. We comprehend the heavenly Taos and must be heartless. All the others comprehended human paths. Humans live on the ground, beneath the heavenly Taos. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. We are chosen by the world to grasp the heavenly Taos. Don't talk to me about those lowly sovereigns. The man in white was solemn. Elder brother's void path is mighty, but you mustn't deny the others' paths. If the world were heartless, why would it contain all in creation? This proves it's the people that do not understand the world's love and emotions. The heavenly Taos are not heartless, for that wouldn't be the heavenly Taos. Contain all creation? In your dreams. The heavenly sovereign mocked. First comes the world, and then everything else. The world is everlasting, while everything else isn't. That means the world will always be here, operating by its own laws, while the beings within are merely props on stage. All beings depend on the world, while it is independent. The world is heartless, so stop trying to mingle the heavenly Taos with humanity. This is why you're stuck in reaching your path. The man in white stiffened. And what if heaven has emotion? Impossible. I'm saying if. Heaven with emotion means degeneracy. A world with emotions makes it no different from everything mundane and secular, unable to last forever. The heavenly sovereign spoke with conviction. One last reminder, there's only one sovereign spot left. Better hurry up. The heavenly sovereign left in a huff. The man in white hesitated. Zhuofan frowned. The heavenly sovereign is my nemesis, but he has a point. The world is heartless. Choosing the heavenly Taos, yet still sticking to emotions will only drag you down. But there's someone with the hope of becoming sovereign still around? To be regarded by the heavenly sovereign too. Speaking of, is the little brother kin, or is he a stepbrother? It has to be kin. If he started saying younger brother left, and right like he did with me, he'd have been sucked dry by now. Zhuofan shook his head. What were they hinting at? What a strange way of talking. What do you mean one spot left? Haven't all the spots been taken? You also believed the heavenly sovereign's words? An aged voice came from behind. Zhuofan flinched, and saw a man covered in black with a gray beard approaching. Zhuofan bowed at once, figuring the guy had to be some mighty expert coming in this mystery place. The old man patted his shoulder to stop him, crouching by his side. Youngster, there's no need for that. We're all mere soul remnants that could vanish any day now. What does courtesy do for us at this point? Let's just see what the Heavenly Sovereign is up to, since that's the only thing we can do, ha ha ha. Senior, you have a broad perspective, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's face twitched, sitting by the lake and watching on while his mind was abuzz. Who is this guy? He's quite chatty too. He'd rather watch someone else's drama than look after his vanishing soul. I guess all dying people are chatty. Oh, where am I anyway? Why can I see the Heavenly Sovereign's matters? Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. Senior, what is this place? Why is the Heavenly Sovereign's family drama conveyed? You don't know. The man blinked. Zhuo Fan shrugged. I just got here without knowing. A friend brought me. Oh, I see. You must have some great fortune. This is not a place where anyone can just waltz in. Just by coming here, you have a high chance of being reborn. So long as you let go of one thing. What? Your memories, emotions, and everything else. The old man's eyes shone. This is the Heavenly Rebirth Lake, offering hope for all broken souls that they might be reborn. Any and all that succeeded left behind everything, so that they could go on, broken souls included. The Heavenly Rebirth Lake. Zhuo Fan looked around the quiet place, shouting. The Rebirth Sovereign's seat of enlightenment? Are you him, Senior? Ha ha ha, wrong. I'm just another broken soul. The old man smiled. The Rebirth Sovereign doesn't usually come here. All broken souls with deep feelings can leave the past and everything behind to be reborn. No sovereign intervention required. It is our fortune. Zhuo Fan turned to the giddy old man staring at the lake. Since that's all it takes, what are you still doing here? You also mentioned vanishing. Can't you be reborn? Did you not hear me? Rebirthing comes with a condition, to leave everything behind. Some things are more important than my life, and I would rather vanish than be reborn. Zhuo Fan gave him a long look. Zhuo Fan's heart stirred, cupping his hands. People would rather be destroyed from this world than ever let go of some memories. Few were those that held something else more precious than their lives. Fewer still those he met, worthy of respect. Zhuo Fan rose from his gesture, and the old man showed a nasty grin. Besides, getting to see people's drama is quite fun. Better than the mundane world, hee hee. Plop. Zhuo Fan almost fell in the lake, his face twitching. Curses, it's all because he's dying for gossip. Here I was thinking you're worthy of respect. Ugh, my poor heart. Chapter 1302, Previous Life. Look, something's coming up. Don't miss it. The old man waved in excitement, looking like some perv peeking at the girl's showers with his wretched grin. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, though he paid attention. Knowledge was power. Regardless of how he would face this powerful enemy, the more he learned, the better. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as he stared at the lake. That man in white again? Are these his memories? The old man nodded. As the Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother who formed a sovereign path, he should be a half-sovereign. Even he would choose to be reborn? Just how cruel was that ancient war? He could imagine why this great younger brother died. A situation in which not even the Heavenly Sovereign could protect him had to be the Great War. Zhuo Fan watched the man in white in a cave having lonely eyes. A familiar voice was heard. Must you do this? That voice, Zhuo Fan shuddered. The Nether Sovereign? He's involved. The old man grinned. In the water, the man in white hesitated, but his voice was firm. I can't refute elder brother's words. He might be right. The heavenly Daos are heartless while mine is too emotional, preventing me from reaching the sovereign stage. While both of you comprehended the heavenly Daos, he did it through the heartless void path. As for you, the emotional heavenly Daos, talking of previous and current heaven is the same, regardless of right and wrong. The comprehension is of different aspects. If you must insist on separating them, his heavenly Daos were before humanity, while yours is after it. From how I see it, your heavenly Daos is more fitting with humanity to reach the supreme Dao stage above the sovereign stage. The Nether Sovereign spoke. The man in white sighed. Why mention that when I can't even reach the sovereign stage? Nether Sovereign, did you do what I asked? I did. The Nether Sovereign sighed, and with a wave, a black sculpture of a woman appeared. This is made of the Nether Sea's crystal formed for 10,000 years, from millions of lost souls' grievances. As your emotions are tied to the heavenly Daos, these grievances are too few to seal it. The man in white nodded. Thank you. He made a sign. Wait. The Nether Sovereign spoke up, drawing the man in white's attention. The Heavenly Sovereign is your elder brother, and ever since he reached the Sovereign stage with the Void Path, we all know his character. By sealing all your emotions in this sculpture, won't that ascertain our stance with each other? The man in white sighed. Time will tell. He made the sign again and the space shook. A multicolored light flew out of him and into the sculpture. 5 colors. Zhuofan gasped. Brothers indeed. With the Sovereign Path having 7 colors, he reached 5 already. He's not just a half-sovereign, but a mere step from the Sovereign stage. But why didn't he become the 10th Sovereign in the end? He forsook all emotions from the heavenly Daos. The old man shook his head. The man in white turned stiff and cold after that, looking at the Nether Sovereign with icy eyes. Thanks. So our friendship ends here. The Nether Sovereign sighed and left. The man in white was now void of any emotion, removing all semblance of his humanity, so that he could now cultivate the heartless heavenly Daos. 3 months later, he still couldn't reach the Sovereign stage. He had great talent, yet he still couldn't do it. In his greatest confusion, his heart stirred, restless for him to do something. So he followed his heart and left cultivation, returning to where he sealed his emotions in that cave. You're back. A soft voice reached him, as an incredible woman stood at the entrance of the cave with a big smile. The man in white shuddered. Zhuofan gasped. Isn't that the sealed sculpture? Why is it a human? The man in white thought the same, his heart frantic. What trick did the Nether Sovereign pull? Didn't he say that the woman's sculpture is a vessel? Why is it human? Was it made after her? The woman walked over and explained everything, while he had no intention of pushing her away. This sculpture was filled with regrets and sorrows, but when he poured all his heavenly Daos cultivation inside, it nurtured true emotion. The seal couldn't contain it either, resolving all the negative emotions and turning them into pure emotions. But what was this item with emotion? Human or demon? She could speak, and had the white man's emotions as her foundation. He was the first to sense her life, while the woman kept staying by his side. He couldn't tolerate this as he cultivated the heartless heavenly Daos now, breaking away from all emotions. However, the emotions that the woman had came from him. He couldn't find it in himself to drive the woman away. It was like they were always connected. One thing led to another, and the man in white got used to her as the days passed, becoming her master. Due to his cultivation residing within her, she was fast in cultivating. But she was not human, just a spirit formed from emotions. After a few years, she reached Saint stage. The man's heartless heavenly Daos were now tainted with feelings of love for the woman. The woman also loved him beyond measure. They were a match made in heaven, leading to the re-establishment his old friendship with the Nether Sovereign and the others as well. The Nether Sovereign showed a bright smile. The Nether Sovereign is so vile. Zhuofan clicked his tongue. Did he plan for the woman to stir his heart? Wasn't she but a sealed vessel from the start? Why not just make a box? The old man smirked. Isn't it great the young man recovered? Recovered? He was supposed to reach the Sovereign stage, but didn't the Nether Sovereign delay him? Zhuofan sneered. Now I know why he was never among the 10 sovereigns, haha. The old man shook his head. He didn't reach it because his path had regret, not because his path was wrong. After cutting himself of all emotions, wasn't he stuck all the same? Kid, don't you have anyone you love? I do. What will you pick, her or the Sovereign stage? Zhuofan smiled. Her. Why? I go where my heart is. Zhuofan nodded at the man in white in the reflection. By clashing with your heart, you're blocking any chance at reaching the Sovereign stage. The Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother only strayed further when he abandoned all emotion. The old man nodded. You do understand. Yeah, and I seem to be in the same situation as him, ha ha ha. Forget her. A cold tone had Zhuofan jumping in fright. He looked back to see the Heavenly Sovereign's icy face staring at the man in white. I thought you'd be a sovereign when I came out of seclusion, but not only do you still have emotion, you even have a woman. How can you grasp the heavenly Daos? The man in white rebutted. It doesn't matter. With elder brother shocking the world is enough. I don't need to be a sovereign as well. I don't care about you, or the glory of my clan. I am me, the heavenly sovereign wielder of the void path. The heavenly sovereign's tone was ever cold. I urged you to be a sovereign out of instinct. Just like rearing a pet. Humans say animals have feelings, but are they as complex? Everything follows the heavenly Taos, reproducing. I am the same. As my younger brother, I hoped we'd grasp the heavenly Taos together and grow beyond human condition, instead of making me take pity on you. The man in white raised an eyebrow. Pity? Elder brother, I thought you're heartless. Yes, pity is speaking too highly. What I mean is not to make me despise you like every other bug. The heavenly sovereign's eyes shone with bloodthirst. If you don't want to cut them off, I'll kill that woman for you. Chapter 1303, Decaying Heavenly Tao. The quiet lake reflected the ancient heavenly sovereign's cold gaze. Zhuo Fan sighed. The heavenly sovereign must be a bachelor, unable to accept others getting together. He's even budding in his younger brother's happiness. And he calls himself heartless. This is jealousy at play, and it's obvious. That's not heartless but bitter. Ha ha ha, you're wrong there. The heavenly sovereign has the void path. A heart that can never be infected by anything. He's only following his Tao heart of heaven being supreme and earth below. He believes that his younger brother should follow his footsteps. Any deviation from this is seen as an obstacle that needs to be removed. The old man smirked. Let's leave the chatter and keep watching. Zhuo Fan nodded and returned to the lake. The man in white was in the same cave. He sealed his emotions along with two people. The mood was heavy. The man in white looked at the woman with coldness. We are through, finished. Why? The woman's eyes shook. The man in white said, I want to reach the sovereign stage and you're in the way. The heavenly Taos are heartless, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. You think it's that easy? I'm born of your true feelings. I can sense what your heart is feeling. I know you do, that's why I came to cut it off in person. The man in white took a deep breath. Before her shocked eyes, he shook and a 5-colored glow flew out. Zhuo Fan cried out. An incomplete sovereign path? The glow exploded and scattered, leaving behind a faint mist. The man in white spewed blood, his face pale. His eyes grew dim, like a walking corpse. He then left the woman behind, taking on an aura of death and solitude that decayed the forest he was around. The grass and trees, birds and insects all died. There was no life around. The woman teared up, her lips trembling. How ruthless! Teardrops traced down as she clenched her fists. You went as far as removing the core of your emotions just to get rid of me. But didn't you say it's for forming a sovereign path? By removing the core of your emotions, you're no longer human. How can you attain sovereignty now? The man in white dragged his weary figure out of the cave, never sparing her a glance. Zhuo Fan's heart was filled with sadness. Senior, what's this core of emotions? Why can't you attain your path by cutting it out? Every human is born with it, a part of them. The old man looked despondent. Humans have 3 relationships: loyalty, filial piety, and siblinghood. Then also 5 virtues: benevolence, wisdom, courtesy, honesty, and trust. These stand at the core of the human condition. They serve as a foundation for cultivators to gain enlightenment, the basics of their humanity, the human path. But those aren't important, for humans have emotions at their core. It's something no other creature, not even spiritual beasts, possesses. Regardless of good and evil, human cultivators can't ever escape their emotions. Even demonic cultivators, they learn through the hate, regret, jealousy, and envy. While the heavenly sovereign, he became empty, removing his emotional center, to become heartless. When one removes even that, they can't even be called heartless or emotionless. But he just ripped it out of himself, just like a eunuch without his bits. It's impossible for him to achieve his path. For achieving a path means understanding it to perfection. How can he do that when he is incomplete? The heavenly sovereign would have long done this, if that was all it took to do it too. Zhuo Fan nodded, looking at the lone and proud figure with a sigh. He knew it was hard to remove his love completely, so he came to this cruel solution in removing his emotion center, just so the heavenly sovereign wouldn't touch her. It's clearly out of supreme emotion that he chose to be dead inside. This makes it even more emotional. And why does this feel familiar? It feels like I've gone through this before? Oh really? Then I'll wait for you to reincarnate to put your memories in here. So I can have my boredom alleviated. Even if for a couple of days, ha ha ha. The old man grinned. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, watching on. The woman watched him go, heartbroken. She went back into the cave with a stiff face and empty eyes. She just sat there for months. A bird's chirp was heard in this dead land, as it landed on a wilted branch where another bird lay. The woman's heart shook, and held the dead bird. In a flash of pink, the dead bird was revived. The two birds once again flew together. The woman closed her eyes in realization. A month passed, and a prismatic glow covered the skies as a pink aura shone around the cave and its surroundings, filling the dead lands with warmth. Life sprouted anew, with birds singing and insects buzzing. The woman walked out of the cave and smiled as a lonely tear fell on her hand. This is the last time I shed tears for you. From now on I will rule over the world's emotions. I hope that one day, your emotion center can be recovered. She waved and the teardrop vanished in the sky. Zhuo Fan said, "She's the emotion sovereign? Was that her seat of enlightenment, the cave of emotion?" Yes. The man used his emotions as a base to create the emotion sovereign without realizing it. But she was born out of the emotions of all living things. When she became a sovereign, she had already gotten over their little love. Her last tear signified the supreme emotion the man left in her. But now she had no use for it. The old man nodded with a heavy look. The tear could have helped the man regain his emotion center. But Zhuo Fan shuddered, seeing as the tear arrived at a wide courtyard entering a room. There sat the man in white, but now he was enveloped in black energy, eerie and deadly. The tear was unaware of the danger, wanting to restore his emotions as it went for him. Alas, the black energy lashed out and shattered it into pink mist, vanishing in the wind. What was that? The heavenly sovereign happened to arrive before the room, just as the pink mist flew into the heavens. Feeling confused. Younger brother has been in there for months, yet still couldn't achieve his path, while the woman earned the last spot. Humph, what a disgrace. Sword Heart, go in there and see why he's still in seclusion. Yes. Sword Heart stepped in and blew the door away. But then the black energy flooded through the gap. Sword Heart waved his sleeves, sending 2 sword waves at it. But they just dissipated like nothing on contact. How is this possible? Sword Heart gasped, with the heavenly sovereign also looking startled. Calm him down. I want to know what's going on. Yes. Sword Heart shouted again, and used his path. A prismatic glow shined, pressing back the black energy for a while. In the end, the black energy dissolved the glow, inch by inch, eating it away. The two stared in confusion, but Zhuo Fan cried, That's like my apocalyptic thunder flame. Of course, because it's almost on the same level. The old man sighed. It's just that not a single being can wield these powers, not even the heavenly sovereign. Chapter 1304 Cause. The dreadful black energy was like a raging beast of gluttony, that not even a sovereign path could stop as it forced Sword Heart back. The heavenly sovereign was amazed. A huge eye appeared in the sky, shining golden rings in its pupil. It released a ripple, and the room was encased in a sealed space, blocking the black energy from reaching out. Divine Eye of the Void Domain. The heavenly sovereign walked closer with a panicked Sword Heart, observing through the barrier the roaming black energy. The man in white sat there and meditated still, with a face warped from pain. Above him, the black energy glowed in an eerie way. Sword Heart gasped. What on earth is happening? The 10 sovereigns have been set, yet he can still achieve his path? What of it? When a sovereign is born, another must fall. Anyway, I came here to say that I'll help him kill one and empty a spot for him. But it doesn't look like I'm needed. The heavenly sovereign had a sinister smirk as he nodded in appreciation of his younger brother's condition. Sword Heart was filled with fear. Yeah, this power alone is enough to even push me back despite being below a sovereign. Just what path did he discover? What indeed? The heavenly sovereign was curious. His emotion center is gone? It is. How did he form his path then? That's very strange. He formed a sovereign path in his broken state. What he couldn't do when he was fine. The heavenly sovereign's heart was filled with questions. Bang! The space shook hard as the black energy grew wilder and wilder like a savage beast. The heavenly sovereign shook, his face twitching. You're kidding me? Not even my void path can stop it? How? Why? He has so much power to fight my path, one that no other sovereign can. Maybe, what? He isn't forming a sovereign path. The heavenly sovereign's voice shook, looking excited. Sword Heart was puzzled. What else could it be then? Isn't he a half-sovereign? The heavenly sovereign grinned. Sword Heart, I told you of my recent enlightenment, of the realm beyond the sovereign stage, the supreme stage. I can feel its existence, but can't reach it while my younger brother. Impossible. Reach supreme while bypassing the sovereign stage? Why not? Each of us has a different situation that makes everything possible. The heavenly sovereign's red eyes shook with glee. Younger brother's cultivation was an emotional heavenly Daos, hard to perfect. But now he broke his emotion center. His whole is filled with the heavenly Daos, reaching above the sovereign stage, achieving the supreme stage. This is called a blessing in disguise. This is his situation, because we don't have the emotional heavenly Daos, and won't reach his insights by breaking our emotion center. Extreme yin brings about extreme yang. This is his path apart from ours. Sword Heart nodded. Extreme yin brings extreme yang, so that the worlds may regain balance. So when the emotional heavenly Daos has its emotions broken, it goes beyond the sovereign path. Then now we will have a supreme, someone beyond the 10 sovereigns? 10 sovereigns? The heavenly sovereign sneered. The sovereign stage is nothing before the supreme stage. Let me tell you from my insight, that the sovereign stage means grasping the world's paths, and using the world laws. While a supreme can grasp the world, destroy or create it. Sovereigns are bugs to them, killed with but a thought. Sword Heart gasped, his heart sinking. It was said supreme gods were nothing but a vague concept in humanity, but now they might be true. Sword Heart turned to the man in white, hesitating. Bam! Divine Eye of the Void's barrier shook once more against the black energy and broke apart. The black energy surged, shooting for the two to swallow them. They fell back at once, with the heavenly sovereign smiling in excitement. His younger brother finally controlled the heavenly Daos. Though he was above him, he was still overjoyed, for he believed that one day he too would reach the supreme stage. The brothers would rule as supremes. This was heavenly Daos way, apart from mortalhood. Whoosh! As the black energy rose, the black glow on the man in white faded and his body shook, breaking in sweat. The heavenly sovereigns frowned. Younger brother, what happened? What is stopping you from advancing? Why did your supreme path fade? This path can't appear. The man in white panted in fear. Sword Heart asked, why? Like the heavenly sovereign said, with it, you'll have a supreme path, going beyond the 10 sovereigns. Why not form it? Because it decays the heavenly Daos and destroys the world. What? Sword Heart's heart tensed, while the heavenly sovereign was thrilled. So? Your emotion center is broken, so why care what happens to the world? This filthy world has no use, so better destroy it to create a new one. Once I become supreme, I'll create an immemorial world, free of any filth. Do sovereigns die when the world is destroyed? The man in white sighed. The apocalyptic path unleashes hell, as heavenly Daos punishment. The heavenly Daos sovereigns will be fine, while the human path will be no more. Great then. I thought we won't be able to create a new world. The heavenly sovereign nodded and patted his shoulder. Keep going. It's time we cleanse this world. Humanity barely rose up, and you want to destroy it before the end of days. Since it'll happen anyway, with the human path having good and evil, against the heavenly Daos laws, it doesn't fit with the world. Even the simple spiritual beasts are being infected, turning to tricks and cunning. One day even the purest spiritual beasts will be vile like humans. By the time evil overcomes good, hell is already unleashed. The human path shouldn't have been here in the first place. Just remove it. You do it, for I won't. The man in black flicked his sleeve, and stood with a dark look. Sword Heart frowned as he went. Your brother has changed. He wasn't like this with you. An elder brother is like a father. He cultivated the emotional heavenly Taos, mingling with the human path and going by their rules, so of course he showed me respect. But with the emotion center broken, removed from the human path, it's natural to change, ha ha ha. The heavenly sovereign said. He said we can just destroy ourselves and won't stop us. Well, let's get to it. Sword Heart shook. You want to destroy it? But only a supreme can do it. You have felt it around, but feel its eons ahead. I didn't have a way before, but now we have a clear example. You mean? Precisely. The heavenly sovereign nodded. It's not that supremes want to see the world end, but that its end gives birth to them. The heavenly will allows anything to happen in the world. Since even the world can't stand humanity's disruption, destroying the world is all within its will. We'll follow the path of destruction and reach the supreme path. Sword Heart nodded. How do we destroy it and remove humanity? Did you see the power he scattered? Yes, very shocking. That's a budding supreme's power. Heavenly sovereign paced. No one has that kind of power in this world, and no one knows how to achieve it. Even younger brother is a mere dabbler. They are the only ones who can match a sovereign stage's power. Who? The 5 great sacred beasts. Them? They were born from an ancient world, and carry with them ancient world powers, equal to sovereigns while also engendering an opposite. With them engendering the other, they can be combined. Just think what could such a fusion of 5 sovereign powers create. Supreme stage power? Yes, Sword Heart, go gather those beasts' powers, but don't let them find out. I want to see if I can truly create such a destructive power. The heavenly sovereign's eyes twinkled, his smile icy. Chapter 1305, Ancient Great War. The calm lake's surface rippled, whisking away the heavenly sovereign's evil grin. Zhuofan nodded. That's why the heavenly sovereign is so obsessed with destroying the world. His younger brother gave him that idea. The supreme path is a path of destruction. You can say that, but maybe it's only because of the heavenly sovereign's belief. Belief? He has a firm belief that the heavenly Taos are ultimate. He looks down on the human path, just like a lofty emperor does with his subjects. The old man nodded. Even so, he never entertained the thought of destroying the world, until now. No matter how much you loathe someone, would you just kill him over nothing? The heavenly sovereign isn't a lunatic, but ever since he saw his younger brother, it was like he was given instruction to flourish the heavenly Taos by destroying humanity. This idea, neither good nor evil, got implanted so deep in his mind that it led to the following disaster. Zhuofan gave him a long look. Neither good nor evil? Senior, you believe destroying the world is a good thing? I'm unsure. All I know is that its end would come sooner or later. Just that it wouldn't be the heavenly sovereign, but someone or something else. Why else would there be a path of destruction in this world? Zhuofan, you find destruction evil, due to your humanity or from being alive. But as a great path cultivator, putting aside your human origins, do you believe this world would be tainted by humans? The old man stared at Zhuofan with a deep gaze. Zhuofan shuddered, lowering his head in thought. As a human demonic cultivator, and I know how black humanity can become as I delved deeper in the matters of the heart. Destruction might be the just way for the world. Maybe the heavenly sovereign is heaven's envoy, and the sovereigns stopping him are defying heaven's will. The old man had a grim look, struggling with his own matters. Senior, Zhuofan turned to him. I want to keep looking, how the heavenly sovereign's younger brother chooses. The old man nodded. As you should, for this is what you came for. The old man waved and the lake reflected a new image. The old man said, ever since the younger brother gave up on forming the apocalyptic path, his heart was in a bind. He ventured out to train and look for answers. This trek took him 50 years, a time in which his feet carried him throughout sacred domain. Despite not being a sovereign, as he touched upon the power of the supreme stage, he wasn't any weaker than one. He was in fact superior to child sovereign, which is why he earned the name, the uncrowned sovereign, with the people calling the brothers the heavenly Taos dignitaries. Elder brother, where are you? The young brother returned home, to find the heavenly sovereign missing. He sensed something at the back of the mountain, and went there to break its barrier with a mere tap. He witnessed flames everywhere unleashing incredible power. The Heavenly Sovereign glanced over. It's far from the supreme path, but he retained the trait of destroying everything. Swordheart's peak sword barrier was blown away like nothing. It would have been so much better if you formed your path. What are you doing here? The man in white stared coldly at the familiar power. Thunder Phoenix's berserk purple lightning. Kunping's chaos flame. Why are the 5 great sacred beasts' powers here? The Heavenly Sovereign smiled, only focusing on the wild energy. Swordheart had no time to pay attention, weaving through gestures as he stared at the 5-colored swirling energy in the center to refine it. A black flame lashed out from them, with a dreadful aura that made the Heavenly Sovereign and his brother pale. Apocalyptic thunder flame. Zhua Fan's eyes shook and the elder shouted, "The power of destruction?" The Heavenly Sovereign looked on with excitement. I knew the 5 powers could unleash the same destructive force. By refining them, I can understand the path of destruction. Then I can purge the filth from this world and remake it anew. Ha ha ha. Bam! A sudden explosion echoed out, and the black flame scattered. The 5 powers broke apart and entered the nearby mountain. Swordheart grimaced and coughed blood. When dust settled, before them were 5 6th-grade sacred weapons of dazzling colors. They're the 5 divine swords that quelled the mortal domain. Zhua Fan sighed. They were actually failures made by the Heavenly Sovereign trying to combine the 5 powers. The Heavenly Sovereign looked hard. Swordheart apologized. Heavenly Sovereign, I've given my all, but the powers are hard to fuse. No, they did fuse, but they are too opposite to stabilize. There has to be a way to enhance their engendering traits. The Heavenly Sovereign sighed and looked in the distance. The man in white said, "You want the destructive power?" "Yes, didn't you say to find it ourselves?" The Heavenly Sovereign said, "As the Heavenly Daos emissary, I pass its judgment. You don't want to destroy the world and assume your duty as a Heavenly Daos cultivator. But I do. Swordheart, you've grown close to the 5 great sacred beasts over the years to get their powers. Now who among them can be used? Heaven Sealing Cao is simple. He helped me collect the powers of the other 4. No, simple people won't do this. I don't want just one of their powers, but all of them." "You want to take their powers?" Swordheart gasped. The Heaven Sovereign nodded. "These powers come from the sacred beasts. You used your sword to fuse them, but it's not right, for it's just an object. So I will take their powers into myself to refine it." "You mustn't. It will backfire and eat you alive." "It matters not. Everything is for the Heavenly Daos. Besides, I'm not so reckless as to take them all at once." The Heavenly Sovereign grinned and asked, "Swordheart, any other candidates besides Cao?" Swordheart nodded. "Qilin is violent and Dragon Ancestor's heart burns hot. Only vaulting Kunping had been affected by humanity and grew shrewd. Be it 9 serenities comprehending the demonic path, or my void path, we all understand that the simpler the people, the more in tune to Heavenly Daos they are and harder to create a disaster. The old fowl thinks of himself as mighty clever, making him the perfect target. He'll have the 5 great sacred beasts clash among each other." With an evil grin, the Heavenly Sovereign turned to his younger brother. "You won't make it harder for us, will you?" The man in white left. "I told you. What you do is not my problem." His emotion center is broken indeed, not caring about grudges. The past him would have gone against us, not because of his emotional Heavenly Daos, but his human side. He wouldn't let the world be destroyed. Alas, without his emotion center, he's no longer human, ignoring all that happens in the end. Ha ha ha. The Heavenly Sovereign grinned. "It's for the best, not butting in. I can trust him as well. Swordheart, go ask for Kunping to come see me." Swordheart left. The Heavenly Sovereign agreed to help Kunping become a divine beast, and the latter would help with picking off the sacred beasts one by one. Kunping followed his instructions like he was possessed. The first to fall was the clueless thundering Thunder Phoenix. He fooled her to come to a valley where the 2 sovereigns and sacred beasts killed her. The deadly purple lightning became the Heavenly Sovereign's eye power. Kunping planned on continuing, but his betrayal leaked, and he had to face off against the 3 remaining sacred beasts. The Heavenly Sovereign found Kunping useless and planned on silencing him, but first came to take his power. However, he didn't make it as the emotion sovereign, and the other sovereigns came to thwart him. Kunping had no choice but to expose the heavenly sovereign's plan to them all, that of destroying the world. Humanity and heavenly Taoist conflict degenerated into the ancient Great War. The heavenly sovereign wanted it done in secret, but with his plan in the open, he went all out to fight against the 8 sovereigns. As for the 4 sacred beasts, due to the world being at stake, they joined with the 8 sovereigns to stop the heavenly sovereign. Kunping, as the traitor, was not trusted, but because of the common enemy, the Nether sovereign and emotion sovereign vouched for him, allowing him to join. Chapter 1306, Mortal Domain's Creation. Bam! The heavenly sovereign kicked the door open and stormed inside where his little brother meditated. The latter noticed who it was and spoke. "Why have you barged into my cultivation chambers? Didn't your emotion center recover?" The heavenly sovereign squinted. The man in white said, "You're the heavenly sovereign, elder brother. You know very well it's a grueling task to restore an emotion center." "True. The heavenly sovereign didn't drop it. Did you leak my plan?" The man in white gave a taunting look. "It's not my problem what you do. Now if that's all, leave. I want to meditate." The younger brother closed his eyes. "Heavenly sovereign, your brother cares nothing about anything. It couldn't be him meddling." Sword Heart spoke as he watched the man in white. The heavenly sovereign nodded after a pause, but his doubts never left. Hardly anyone knew about this. If he didn't leak it, then who did? Is it? The heavenly sovereign squinted at Sword Heart. "Sword Heart, you're my most trusted aide. You've worked hard these decades to get the 5 powers. I also heard you're close to CAO. Heavenly sovereign, what are you implying? You can't be doubting me." "Ha ha ha, of course not. I could never suspect you. The leak must have come from Kunping, the most conniving of the beasts. As king of spiritual beasts, he must have a few loose tongues working under him." The heavenly sovereign patted his shoulder with a grin, but his eyes were cold. "It's nothing much either way, just a few beasts and some human sovereigns. Only, there's one beast I'm wary of, and I want you to bring me his head just in case." Sword Heart's heart shook. "Who?" "Heaven sealing CAO. What, why him? He did seal my divine eye of the void once. If that happens while I'm at odds with the other experts, it will lead to serious consequences." Sword Heart rushed to explain. "Heavenly sovereign, you're too modest. That was 1,000 years ago, when you were a half-sovereign. Now that you're aware of the sovereign stage, he's nothing." Sword Heart, just in case. The heavenly sovereign glanced at him, his tone firm. "The heavenly Taoist sanctity is at stake. It can never fall in the hands of those human fools. You've never questioned my orders. So why now? Is that hesitation or unwillingness?" Sword Heart's brow shook, and he nodded in the end. "I'll go." The heavenly sovereign grinned, and the man in white sighed. "Sword Heart has been by your side for so long. Why must you be hard on him?" "I'm not, just making him break all ties with the beasts. On the eve of war, I won't stand for any unknowns on my side. It's hard to hide from a sneak attack, especially those sly human sovereigns. Heaven knows what they might pull. Yeah, elder brother is strong, but you can't take on everyone. With enough numbers and a good plan, even you might lose. Ha ha ha. So you'll help me?" "No, I don't care about anything happening beyond these doors, including what happens to you." The man in white closed his eyes. "In the off chance that the heavenly Taoists do decay, the void path will be lost. Not that it matters, since heavenly Tao cultivators like us don't care about our weakling relatives." The heavenly sovereign squinted as he left. "Yeah, a weakling younger brother with no emotion center is not reliable at all. But I do not need to rely on anyone, for I am the heavenly sovereign." The heavenly sovereign huffed and vanished, leaving the man in white with an eerie grin. A month later, Sword Heart was back, bloodied and missing his left arm. The spiritual beast spread news that heaven-sealing CAO's left eye was wounded by Sword Heart. This only worked to further the animosity between the heavenly sovereign and the spiritual beasts. "Heavenly sovereign, I couldn't kill him, only ruin an eye. His sealing can't recover, and won't be a threat to you." Sword Heart panted hard, looking pale. The heavenly sovereign beamed. Ha ha ha, well done. Though it didn't matter if you couldn't either, for he can't do anything to me. Get better, for in 3 months we go to war. The heavenly sovereign patted his shoulder, and felt like he was on top of the world. Zhuo Fan sighed. Sword Heart is so loyal, knowing it was only the heavenly sovereign's test, yet still fought until he lost an arm. I finally know why Cao lost his eye, all because of the heavenly sovereign's suspicion of Sword Heart. Sword Heart has the sword path. The sword is the king of weapons, in the hands of rulers, who value loyalty above all. The old man explained. Of humanity's 3 bonds, loyalty, filial piety and siblinghood, Sword Heart's sword path holds them at the highest regard. Zhuo Fan nodded. So he's human? Half. Why half? Because the sword path is part of humanity, while a sword is not. It was the only reason the heavenly sovereign accepted him and trusted him. The old man pointed at the lake. Keep watching. Zhuo Fan turned to the lake, and saw the heavenly sovereign and Sword Heart go to war 3 months later. They didn't get far, hearing explosions behind, with his clan's grounds leveled as his kin perished. He turned back to find no one remaining, not even his younger brother. Even the imparting stone in his room was gone. The heavenly sovereign gnashed his teeth. Damn bastard. He knew I had a secret imparting stone and fled with it when I wasn't around. Heavenly sovereign, what happened? Sword Sovereign asked. The heavenly sovereign's lips shook, his eyes red. The records for divine eye of the void and purple lightning gold, I left behind in case of my fall, so that someone would pick up the work of heavenly Daos are gone. To think. Heavenly sovereign, why did you think you'd lose? Aren't you confident in this war? It's not like you. It's because. The heavenly sovereign was about to answer when he exclaimed. I was played. That damn brat should have no emotions, no loyalty, and couldn't care less of the world. So why did he scheme against me? Heavenly sovereign, you mean your younger brother? Yes, he started spouting crap that day, and I got fooled into leaving an exit. He did it on purpose. The heavenly sovereign squinted and gnashed his teeth. Did his emotional heavenly Daos recover? And does he want me to fail in destroying the world? What do we do now? We can't let them get their hands on the imparting stone. They will learn my ultimate skill, and make winning impossible. The heavenly sovereign clenched his fists, his eyes glowing golden. A huge eye appeared in the sky, scouring the earth. 3 fleeing sacred beasts entered its vision. Found you. The heavenly sovereign pulled Sword Heart, and crossed thousands of miles in an instant, reaching Qilin and blocking him. Damn beast. Where do you think you're running? Void paths blink. Qilin gasped and fled in another direction, just as Sword Heart waved, and sent a scarlet sword wave. Feeling terror, Qilin shouted. What sword is this? Soaring sword. Sword Heart's eyes glinted. It's the sword made with your power against it. You can't take it. Wuxia. Blood flowed as Qilin's hard hide couldn't block the sharp sword wave, cutting off his leg, and making him stagger to the ground. The heavenly sovereign smirked, using the divine eye of the void and purple lightning gold eye. A purple cover fell, and boomed as it covered the land for thousands of miles, and made it vanish. Humph, hand over the imparting stone or die here. The heavenly sovereign pulled Sword Heart, and vanished to block the dragon ancestor this time. Dragon ancestor unleashed his decimating golden flame, but the decimating sword sucked the flames and dragon ancestor fell wounded. With another purple flash, another part of the land was carved. When the heavenly sovereign went after Kunpeng, where is that fool? Where's he hiding? Heavenly sovereign, that oversized bird is too fast and we lost him. No one can escape my heavenly Daos eye. The heavenly sovereign's right eye shone in 12 golden halos. Vaulting Kunpeng, you can run but you can't hide. You can't escape my heavenly eye. Divine eye of the void 12th stage true world. A huge golden eye shone in the sky and glinted as it sent powerful fluctuations in every direction for miles. Thousands of miles, billions in fact. With one final push, a large chunk of the sacred domain up and vanished. With the fall of the barrier, the mortal domain was born. Vaulting Kunpeng, hiding in Albeast mountain range, felt the pressure above and sighed. This is the heavenly sovereign's power. His younger brother knew him best. There was no chance of us beating him, even together. Chapter 1307, 9 Path is 1. Heavenly Sovereign, he's now trapped behind the barrier. He won't escape. Ignore him. So long as he's trapped, he can't be a threat to me. The Heavenly Sovereign looked heavily at Sword Heart. We'll now go to war with the old fools of the human path. Let's deal with them, and then find that heartless younger brother of mine, Humph. The Heavenly Sovereign vanished, and Sword Heart went after him. An hour later, on a flat expanse with no man in sight for miles and miles, 10 figures waited. The Heavenly Sovereign arrived, ignoring all but the man in white. Younger brother, I thought your emotion center was broken, and you don't care about anything. How come you still side with humanity? Emotions might be gone, but the heart remains, the senses remain. The man in white took a deep breath. I am now blocked from feeling the true love of the world, but having once walked the path of emotional heavenly Taos, I could never forsake the world. Is this why you never formed the destructive path? It can be so. The man in white nodded. The Heavenly Sovereign smirked. What a blunder. I always took you for being dead inside, not minding anything or anyone. But not once did you give up the world. What's even more surprising is to find you so shrewd, fooling me without the slightest tell. When I heard of your plan, I was about to advise against it. But then this idea hit me. I know you too well to try to change your mind when you're dead set on something. So before I reveal my stance, I thought of playing a little useful trick. You leaked my plan to those fools and hinted that I'd leave a record of my void path behind, colluding with the beasts to steal it. It was to find a weakness, wasn't it? The Heavenly Sovereign's lip shook in anger. Too bad, but the 3 beasts are trapped. You won't get the chance to find anything about my power. Once I'm through with you, I'll take my time finding the right way to the destruction path. The Sovereign's heart sank. The Heavenly Sovereign's power was beyond anything they imagined, sealing the 3 sacred beasts like nothing. Only a one-eyed man stepped forward shouting, Heavenly Sovereign, you're too full of yourself. Your divine eye of the void lost to me once already. Well, if it isn't heaven sealing CAO, you didn't go to steal with the others, helping these guys instead? Do you plan on sealing my eyes again? The Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Time changes everything, especially if it is as long as 1,000 years. As you are now without your eyes, you still plan on sealing mine? Ha! CAO raged, giving a glare to Sword Heart. Tai Jianxin, our friendship for decades was for nothing. I helped you train your sword by gathering what you needed. Why did you turn your sword on me? Sword Heart lowered his head. Bam! A huge sound echoed and heaven sealing CAO shuddered. His body shook hard as purple lighting flared in his direction, and made him spew blood. The Heavenly Sovereign's right eye shone in 2 golden rings while his left eye pulsed purple. He smirked. The berserk purple lightning sure is amazing, complementing my divine eye of the void. Ha ha ha, berserk void annihilation. The purple lightning wreaked havoc on CAO's body as he struggled to fight it. Lightning field true world. The Heavenly Sovereign's right eye shined with 12 halos. A boom shook the skies and purple flickered, resulting in CAO vanishing. The others gasped in shock, with an old man in black crying. Heavenly Sovereign, what did you do to CAO? Zhuo Fan's eyes shook as he turned to the old man. He was one and the same with the one in the image. The Heavenly Sovereign shocked Zhuo Fan with his next action. 9 serenities, I only sent him where he belongs. I'll deal with those beasts once I'm through with you bastards. The Heavenly Sovereign chuckled in disdain. Did losing your pet get you all shy? So human sovereigns need dogs to be threatening. They all were grave and furious, while their hearts sank in despair. In a blink, they were unable to even react as the Heavenly Sovereign got rid of heaven sealing CAO. The Heavenly Taos is stronger than the human path. With morale at an all-time low, the man in white stepped forward. We're standing here today not because of the strength of the Heavenly Sovereign, but the path within our hearts that we will never betray. 9 serenities, and the others grew determined. We're human path cultivators, and we're not about to stand and watch it die. It matters not the strength of the enemy. It was something they had to do. Is this why you're going against me? The Heavenly Sovereign stared at his younger brother. Even without your emotion center, you still walk the path of emotional heavenly Taos, and refuse to form the supreme destructive path. The man in white nodded. The world chose me to carry the destructive path. But I believe in choosing my own path. The one in my heart, not destruction. Just how the emotion sovereign cut out romantic love and opened herself to the world's peak emotion. I broke my emotion center, and the world felt dead to me, without love or any emotion. It was also why my emotion is noble, and I decided to go against heaven and have humanity stay on top. Since you've decided, there's nothing more to talk about. Our paths are different. There's nothing to discuss about conflicting paths, even as brothers. The heavenly sovereign sighed inside and charged. As heavens will wish the world's end, I shall carry its duty in destroying the human path's sovereigns. This world doesn't want you. Whoosh, the other side flew to meet him, determined to go through with this. No matter what you think as the purported heavens will, the human path will survive. Heavenly sovereign, you'll have to go through us to remake the world. Boom explosions echoed all around, shaking the sky and crumbling the earth. The 10 sovereigns met with such force that the space warped and broke apart to reveal black holes. It lasted 3 months, and killed every creature in the radius of millions of miles. Once the world stopped shaking, there were no stars, moon or sun, only endless darkness. The space law couldn't keep up with their relentless onslaught. Sword Heart and the human sovereigns were wounded and tired, panting hard and bleeding. Only the heavenly sovereign's eyes were just as hard, despite the slight soreness. It seems heaven wins in the end. The human path falls, ha ha ha. The heavenly sovereign's eye shined in 11 golden halos. Cleanse. A huge golden eye appeared in the black sky, unleashing a deadly aura. The others looked bleak, with child sovereign saying, "We couldn't beat him, we lost." A ripple spread through them, and they just crumbled, gone from this world. All that remained were prismatic motes, their souls, sighing at the end of the world. A sudden wind picked up that pulled the souls to the side, shielding them behind the man in white, so that cleanse wouldn't hurt them. Even Sword Heart's path flew to his side. What's happening? The heavenly sovereign looked oddly at Sword Heart, who was just as baffled. I don't know. My path is out of my control. Elder brother. The man in white smiled. We both touched upon the sovereign stage, but I have no sovereign path, weaker than you. But luckily, I comprehended 2 things when I felt the destructive path. Firstly, before the world turns to hell, there's destruction and cleansing. Secondly, that the holder of this path can offer themselves, so that the world gets another chance. I have always believed the world that nurtured all creation wouldn't be so heartless. The man in white released black energy that wrapped around him and ate him alive, while the 9 sovereign paths fused, becoming a huge prismatic palm, and shooting at the huge eye in the sky. Chapter 1308, Heart's Choice. Bam! The prismatic palm crushed the heavenly eye. The heavenly sovereign jerked and coughed blood. As he looked up again, he watched the figure eaten away by the black energy. Sacrificing yourself for a moment of sovereign stage power, humph. Well played, younger brother. But it's still your loss. We 2 are the only ones who have touched upon the supreme stage. You used that power to give me a heavy wound at the price of your life. But how will you stop me when I heal? You've only delayed the inevitable. I'll be the last one standing in the end. Think again. A soft voice reached him, and in a prismatic glow, a pink arrow shot the heavenly sovereign. The heavenly sovereign sneered. Emotion sovereign, I am wounded, but not enough for your cheap trick to work. Divine Eye of the Void, Void Barrier. Whoosh, 12 barriers formed before the heavenly sovereign, blocking the arrow. The heavenly sovereign gave a triumphant smirk. Clap! The heavenly sovereign's left eye flashed with lightning, and the barriers were destroyed. The pink arrow struck true, striking him, and making his eyes go pink. Ha ha ha, heavenly sovereign, weren't you on the heartless path, the empty void? My bewitching is nothing on others but deadly on you. Your very path is at risk of crumbling, and you want to ruin the world? Humph. I am possible. His neck went red and the heavenly sovereign spat. Why did purple lightning gold eye flared up? You got the drop on me knowing this would happen. How? An image appeared of emotion sovereign's soul. Did you think yourself the winner? Long before you approached Kuimpung, she had approached him. Your destruction plan had won you no allies. while your divine eye of the void grew their fears. So she sacrificed herself in a plan with Kuimpung, leaving a trace of her soul behind in the purple lightning to strike at the right moment, and help me plant the bewitching. Now you understand, Heavenly Sovereign, the best in the world. Younger brother, to think that it's you who won in the end. The Heavenly Sovereign clenched his fists as he made a bitter face at the fading image of his younger brother. Well done. I've always been above you all our lives, but you won this time. But now those sovereigns only have their path protecting them weak. While I'm bewitched, even with a thread of hope, I will be back. Time is on my side. I will take back this win. He went back to Sword Heart's side. The weakened sovereigns couldn't stop him. The fading younger brother showed a faint smile. Elder brother, I'll stop you even in the next life. Fine. The Heavenly Sovereign shouted back with a nod. We shall see. I'll be waiting. The Heavenly Sovereign left with Sword Heart. As the black energy burned the younger brother fully, his figure vanished from the lake, making Zhuofan sigh. The war of sovereigns and the brothers' feud is only because of diverging paths, not out of a grudge. That's why the Heavenly Sovereign said true big players fight in the open, because tricks and schemes don't work on them. Despite the Heavenly Sovereign losing to his younger brother's ploy, well, Zhuofan flinched, turning to the old man with a bow. Senior, forgive my ignorance of not knowing that you were the Nine Serenities' demonic sovereign. Nine Serenities waved him off. Let formalities not constrict us. How do you feel after watching the ancient drama? Feel? Zhuofan pondered. I now know why you could write down the Nine Serenities' secret records. Oh, the hero of the story wasn't me, yet you could see my experience? Of course, and not through just the lake, but from talking with Senior. I realized that Senior loves gossip, but it's because of this that you could learn so many secrets and arts of the sacred domain, to compile the incredible Nine Serenities' secret records. I am in awe. I can never look at those nagging biddies the same way. Hee hee. Ahem. Nine Serenities felt awkward. You know that I walk the demonic path, that demons are born within our hearts. To remove demons, you need to inquire into people's hearts all the time. It's part of the job description. Let me ask you this. What do you feel about the Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother? Zhuofan fell silent for a while. I walk the demonic path, a selfish path. Even sacrifice. It will only come for someone, not for the world. I lack that kind of great compassion and love. The Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother did it for all creation, even forsaking the supreme path. I could never escape its allure, that of becoming a god, and having the world at your fingertips. Despite having no emotion center, yet still willing to follow the path inside his heart to dedicate himself to the world, is worthy of respect. He's far better than I could ever be. It's reasonable for you to say that. Nine Serenities looked up. But would you believe me if I say he is you? Zhuofan shuddered. He is me? A more apt description is that he is a past you. An aged and familiar voice sounded this time, making Zhuofan look over. You're that old man from the Nether Sea. How? Let me introduce you. He is the master here, the rebirth sovereign, in charge of the past and present lives. Nine Serenities smiled. The old man nodded. You met my regrets in the Nether Sea, but the Heavenly Sovereign has now destroyed it. I guided you to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake to see you, and check if you inherited the supreme path from your past. The supreme path? Zhuofan was confused. What is going on here? The Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother was the past me? Didn't he sacrifice himself? Without a sovereign path, a broken soul would fade away. Did he reincarnate here? No way. He was burned down to nothing. The two laughed, with Nine Serenities speaking. Even destroyed. How is it that you got reborn, Zhuofan? Wasn't it through your Nine Serenities' secret records through desire? Could anyone be reborn by relying on another soul through desire? Rather, your soul wasn't obliterated in the detonation, leaving but a fraction behind. Not even you could damage it. Why then was this sliver protected? Zhuofan exclaimed, Sovereign Path. Yes, my path has been shielding your soul from total destruction. Nine Serenities nodded. When the Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother died, I used my path to protect his sliver of soul and reincarnate. As for me, I reincarnated too, but lived a mortal life. Zhuofan gasped. Then the you here. A shadow's memories, the rebirth sovereign explained. A sliver of obsession. You know that to reincarnate at the heavenly rebirth lake, one must leave behind memories, feelings, everything. 9 serenities left behind his thought of reincarnation, in order to see with his own eyes your return, according to the plan to inherit that heavenly Taos of before. Only then can he find peace. Zhuofan was conflicted. Shadow. It can't even be called a soul, only a shadow of a thought. After seeing you it will fade. 9 serenities smiled and patted his shoulder. You now have a choice. Inherit the emotional heavenly Taos, and grasp the precious power, fulfilling the promise and blocking the heavenly sovereign from destroying the world. Or do nothing and wait for death. The heavenly sovereign will be coming here soon to steal the rebirth path. Zhuofan cried. You call that a choice? No one wants to die. Of course it is a choice of the heart. 9 serenities was solemn. You said it yourself. You're a selfish demonic cultivator. But you were once on the emotional heavenly Taos path. Your hearts differ, and thus makes inheriting that power impossible. Even though you're one and the same. Zhuofan hung his head. Everything can be fake in the world, but only my heart is ever true. I could never just give up all these years spent on the demonic path at the drop of a hat. And for a path of love, why did I even choose demonic path in the first place? Because you had my sovereign demonic path. So no matter what life you'd have, all would choose the demonic path, even if you were the son of a righteous leader. Why do I get the feeling you played me? Zhuofan's mouth twitched. In that case, why not just give me a righteous sovereign path? They didn't want to? Was only Master 9 serenities willing to sacrifice himself for me? Is that a way to treat the guy who sacrificed himself for the world? Chapter 1309 Acceptance. The two chuckled. 9 serenities was the one to continue the explanation. You're wrong to blame them. All of us were moved by your self-sacrifice to save every being, and would be willing to give up everything to save you. But for you to train in the 9 serenities secret records, only I could have guided you. 9 serenities secret records? As you've seen yourself, the moment you were the closest to the supreme stage power was when you fused 9 paths. You used that power to wrest the wounded sword heart's path, and take it for yourself. 9 serenities' eyes gleamed. I am confident your emotional heavenly Taos is the pathway to reach the supreme stage, through uniting the 9 human sovereign paths. Nothing is hopeless in this world, no matter how bad it looks. Even with the destruction path appearing, there will be another path to stop it. This path is your emotional heavenly Taos. When you couldn't form your sovereign path, maybe it just needed the right timing for the 10 Taos to unite. The void path and the 9 human paths will help you form the supreme path and become lord over heaven and earth. In other words, the younger brother chose to get the 10 paths instead of forming the sovereign path. Heaven's will didn't wish for destruction, only leading to this path due to his broken emotion center. That's how it is. But heaven's will is hard to read, and we are only able to judge it with our own views. Who can say the real truth of the Tao? Even the heavenly sovereign can't declare he represents the world. Only a supreme, or maybe not even it. 9 serenities shook himself from that line of thought. Anyway, they're out of our grasp and all we can do is follow our path in helping every being past this crisis. You have what it takes to do it, and I happen to make the art to help you integrate all paths. When you become supreme, it will be like how the world can only have 10 sovereigns, but you will be the sole person, blocking the destruction of the supreme stage from appearing. Even if it does appear, you have what it takes to fight it. Zhuofan nodded. To stop the heavenly sovereign from getting to the destruction path, you want to take over the world first. But won't the heavenly sovereign try to stop me? The sovereign path shields your fate. Only my path guided you to seek the demonic path. But letting demons take you is easy, while overcoming them is hard. The hardest part of the demonic path is drifting from desire to desire before you can break free of your demons and reach the end of the path, seeing the hearts and minds of the world without desire. It's easier said than done. There are countless righteous cultivators who couldn't escape their demons and sank further into their grasp. Zhuofan nodded. Master 9 serenities, I've been a no-good demon once, shambling around without aim and witnessing all kinds of demons. Some are cloaked in righteousness, making escape all the harder. I had the fortune to be sharp enough and perceptive enough to be here today, instead of living my meager existence as a petty criminal. Alas, guess I did have a knack for the demonic path, ha ha ha. Knack my ass. 9 Serenity's face twitched. Do you have any idea how long I've waited here for you? Right, about 5,000 years? Zhuofan counted. I spent a few centuries cultivating in sacred domain, then got reborn 5,000 years later, and cultivated about 100 years more. Quite quickly, I might say. 9 Serenities rolled his eyes and Rebirth Sovereign laughed. That's your current life. What's that supposed to mean? How many lives did I have? Since the fall of the ancient era, 32 lives in total. In most of them you were unable to get your hands on the 9 Serenities' secret records, wasting even more time. What, 32? That many? Zhuofan gasped in disbelief. 9 Serenities said, the demon transformation art blends all the paths, which is why each life must be a clean slate. In other words, all previous paths had to be purged. So each reincarnation removes your memories. There were only around 5 times you got the 9 Serenities' secret records. It's lucky you made it all the way here this time around. The other times, humph. Once you were too scared to train in it. The other time ending like your disciple. Not willing to let go of your cultivation and dying from the backlash. The same petty demons you're denouncing were you in a few lifetimes. Now ain't that talent? Ha! How can this be? Zhuofan blinked. But I got the 9 Serenities' secret records from your tomb. If someone found it already, who put it back? The two replied at the same time. The Heavenly Sovereign. What? Wiped that dumb look already? For 32 lives, the Heavenly Sovereign had been on us like a hawk, as well as sacred domain. You think he wouldn't be cautious of the 9 Serenities' secret records appearing? He knew everything. Of course. Why didn't he stop it? Why? 9 Serenities shrugged. After he found the 9 Serenities' secret records, you had already reincarnated a few times, and his sharp mind must have connected the dots. But our plan helped him as well. He couldn't remove the bewitching placed on him by himself, nor could he force the emotion sovereign to do it. So he was looking forward to having your emotional sovereign path do it instead. Bewitched, his void path was damaged broken heart, so reaching the supreme stage was impossible. Why wouldn't he be happy to have all 10 paths gathered? Doesn't that also further his plan? Besides, the void path can hold anything, even sovereign paths. But to fuse them is beyond him. Seeing my demon transformation art, he had to have been laughing so hard the first time he found our plan. There's no way he'd stop us. You never noticed how you've been led all this time? Zhuofan frowned. Couldn't he have just taken the demon transformation art, if he wanted it so much? Why wait for me to get it? What was demon transformation art's first warning? To remove your previous cultivation. In the case of the Heavenly Sovereign, he'd have to let go of his sovereign stage cultivation, and even his sovereign path. 9 Serenities raised his eyebrows. The strongest sovereign wasn't ready to risk his chance at the supreme stage, or his void path over some sketchy art. The ungodly risk aside, it might have been a trap. What would you do in his shoes? Zhuofan nodded with a sigh. Yeah, great experts would never want to start from scratch again. Despite the journey being longer in this case, the risk wasn't worth it. Even a sovereign would falter. He didn't have the nerve to do it, nor is he hopeful of others, with their poor talents. Only you, his younger brother, are the best candidate. Just that 32 reincarnations proved your lack of talent in the demonic path. He could no longer take the weight, and took action this time, guiding you. It did the trick and you got the gist on the spot. Thanks to an awesome master, ha ha ha. Zhuofan's face twitched. Why don't I feel the slightest difference between you and the Heavenly Sovereign? It's like you're in it together to mess with me. Right you are. When masters fight, they do it in the open. You're the pawn of all of us. Despite the different purposes, interests aligned for a while. Then you also were ready to guide me? Of course, we laid the groundwork throughout the world to guide you the minute you trained in the demon transformation art. 9 Serenities nodded. The sacred domain was under the Nether Sovereign and the others' care. leaving their remnant images in different realms. Sovereign Yun chose to bring his path to the mortal domain through a whirlwind tunnel and tell Kuanping our plan. All that remained was for you to arrive. A cultivator is an adventurer first and foremost, and most of them in the mortal domain would visit the Albeast mountain range at some point, including you. And if I haven't, since the first plan to guide you would be a bust, Plan B would be in effect. Plan B? Yeah, being willing to give up your sovereign path. 9 Serenities smiled. Demonic path is as selfish as it gets. If you could have relinquished it, that meant you rose above all the desires and demons, finishing the demonic path through the demon transformation art. At that point your fate will be readable in the heavens, and Sovereign Yun would send someone to lure you to receive our inheritances, to reach the same conclusion. So that's why. Zhuofan sighed. These players had my life's track in the palm of their hands, taking another stage the minute I passed the previous one. If no plan worked, the lives will be spent in mediocrity until the moment they could use me again. You used me like a toy. No, toys are at someone's mercy, while we merely guided you and didn't dictate your every choice. 9 Serenities spoke hard. Just like now, we have no control on what your heart wants. Your choice is yours. You hold everything, including our hopes and the lives of everyone in the world. Zhuofan looked at the two then nodded. Let's begin then. I accept my previous life's inheritance. Chapter 1310 Showdown. Oh, I see. In the Luo clan's hall, the 3 sacred beasts sat around and finished their tale. Dragon Ancestor sighed. The heavenly sovereign and Zhuofan were destined to meet. They shared the same heavenly Daos, but took opposite directions, brothers turning on each other. Kuanping nodded. With Zhuofan and the heavenly sovereign refining the 10 paths, one got the results while the other experienced them. Whomever reaches the supreme path first decides the fate of us all. Cao muttered. Then what we can do now is mess with the heavenly sovereign's focus and buy Zhuofan time. Kuanping was solemn. We need many experts. Qilin and Xiao, you're with me and Old Dragon. We will unite all humanity and help you become mature sacred beasts. The two nodded. Cao glanced at Sword Child. You're coming with me. The place where Sword Heart reached his path will be of help to you. As Zhuofan's demonic sword, your opponent will be Heavenly Sovereign's sword. Right. Sword Child clenched his fists ready for battle. They were the only ones who could actually be of help. The 3 sacred beasts wasted no time, leaving with them, and the Luo clan was left without a plan. Luo Yunhai pondered and shouted, Everyone, whoever is willing to die with me is welcome to come. Yunhai! Luo Yunchang cried. She knew what he was up to. Luo Yunhai took a deep breath. With everything at stake, no one will be safe. The destruction of the world is an end to us all. We are weak, but just like how we surrounded the invincible sword, we will prevail. We can't threaten a sovereign, but stalling even for a moment is good. Luo Yunhai stormed out of the hall, with the rest ready to die alongside him. Luo Yunchang didn't stop him, closing her eyes, and hoping for Zhuofan to make it in time to save Yunhai. 3 days later, Luo Yunhai led the entire Emperor lands to war on Mirror Moon Cottage. They stared at the boundary, and Li Jingtian and the others led the forces into the small building. They had barely rushed inside when they splattered on the ground in pieces from a mere strong wind. Hundreds fell at that moment alone. The men were shaken, with some experts from the 8 emperors' lands turning to the Luo clan, having never experienced such a massacre. The Luo clan, however, was unfazed. With the military as the core of their conduct, they knew the risks of going to war. First it was to protect the people of a third-rate empire. Now it was to protect the world, for it held the people they loved. For them, they would jump into hell even knowing it would have no effect at all. This was the only thing they could do for their people. Waves of experts from Sacred Domain led by the Luo clan's higher-ups rushed at the boundary to break it with their own flesh and blood. Thousands, then millions, all exploded in a shower of blood. Such a sacrifice was nothing before the Heavenly Sovereign's barrier. But maybe the incessant shouting and clamor did have some effect, for the 8 half-sovereigns came out. Whoosh sword energy flared everywhere, and took tens of thousands of men down with them. A red-haired man shouted, If you're in such a rush to die, go die hanging from a tree like the bugs you are instead of buzzing in our ears. You're disturbing Master's cleansing. Great. That's why we're here. Luo Yunhai smiled. If we can harass him, then our deaths are worth it. The red-haired man's eye twitched. Is it worth losing so many lives? Absolutely. Luo Yunhai signaled and Qiu Yanhai and his wife led another charge against the 8 with their imperial marks. Boom. The 8 swiped with their fingers, and they all turned to ashes. Even the initial elders of the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai didn't even blink. His mind set as his hand fell again, sending heaven and earth sages this time, who obeyed without fault. The red-haired man squinted with puzzlement. Do they all want to die for nothing? Humph, then taking their head will change their minds. The man flashed before Luo Yunhai and clutched his neck. Take the head and the body will follow. Your death will make them all scatter. You're nothing but weak bugs, hardly worth our time. Go ahead then. Luo Yunhai mocked without fear. I may die, but they won't retreat, because we all understand one fundamental truth. Retreating means the end of the world, them included. Living one more day is worth it. Wrong. You think we're doing it for us? You're not. Luo Yunhai shook his head, sneering. I heard about the Heavenly Sovereign's matters. That you've been around him for so long that you've forgotten humanity's strength. In different situations, we'd be afraid of half-sovereigns, but not this time. For behind us are the people we must protect. Luo Yunhai's voice was carried through the sky, echoing in the hearts of all men. The 8 Emperor's lands experts faltered in their retreat, growing furious and charging as well. Bam! Luo Yunhai was sent flying and coughing blood dead. The red-haired man sneered then froze. He found that the death of the leader did nothing to dissuade the rest from throwing their lives. Just like Luo Yunhai said, they all held little care for themselves. Ignorant fools, the 8 half-sovereigns mocked them as they slaughtered them. The sky took a red tint from the flood of blood. What was strange was that none cried in misery. Sword Heart stood before the courtyard and watched the spectacle in silence before turning to the Heavenly Sovereign's room. The Heavenly Sovereign asked, Is the disturbance still around? Heavenly Sovereign, they came to harass your cleansing. They won't leave. Humph, a bunch of fools think they can disturb my meditation with some noise. They are indeed fools, oblivious to how useless it all is. But I don't believe they'll stop. Sword Heart gave a sigh. I've never seen ants pick up a fight with a half-sovereign, let alone multiple. Do they hope to beat them with numbers? The Heavenly Sovereign was silent and Sword Heart left. The clamor outside went on still, for 3 whole months. The blood dyed the earth red, covered in corpses for miles. The 8 half-sovereigns watched in awe, as they still charged over the wall of corpses. They had wandered the world and seen many aspects of humanity, but never like this. Is it the final push before dying? No, they had seen that madness plenty of times. This was different. Every man here became a hero of legends, a fearless warrior. But such an ideal did not exist. Until now. I'd have let you go any other time. Whoosh, a huge image appeared as the red-haired man released his sacred body and unleashed a scarlet wave. But come just one more time, and I have no choice to be cruel. The men didn't even flinch. He nodded. Fine, then allow me to deliver you from life. Whoosh. A sword wave came down like death. Yet their eyes never wavered. Bam! A small figure appeared and broke the attack. Sword Heart, who a violent explosion shook the skies, and the 8 half-sovereigns withdrew in shock. The actual Sword Heart in the courtyard shook and gasped. The aura of a sovereign. That kid found his path. Chapter 13:11, Heavenly Sovereign appears. Bang, the 5 sacred beasts appeared as well with their mighty auras, making the sacred bodies crumble. The 8 fell back in shock. They had no chance against the might of the beasts at the level of sovereigns. Half-sovereigns were the closest to the sovereign stage, but far beneath them. Yin Hai, elderly Elder Qiu. Gu Santong noticed the familiar faces among the bodies with clenched fists. Kunping sighed. How foolish. Why could you do something so pointless? I shouldn't have said so much, telling you to just wait instead. This is humanity, the human path. Cao's only eye shook and roared. Sword Sovereign, get out here right now. Look at all the dead people. They are the humanity you yearned for. Sword Sovereign looked outside and turned heavy. Heavenly Sovereign spoke. Sword Heart, the old man is calling you. Go and break it, the once humane sword path. Whoosh! A prismatic glow entered Sword Sovereign. He shook and gasped. Heavenly Sovereign, you're giving me my path. You're my heavenly sword. Yours is mine. As I refine the 10 paths, they include yours as well. Now that the enemy has come, I'm at a critical moment and can only rely on you. Go lead the 8 fools and block those beasts. Whoosh! Prismatic glows flew out of Heavenly Sovereign's room and into the half-sovereigns. The 8 shuddered, their powers surging like a flood and making the world tremble. This is the power of the sovereign stage. The red-haired man cackled. Heavenly Sovereign didn't lie to us. When he stole the others' paths, he will grant them upon us, helping us break through and fulfilling our life's wish. The others were laughing out of joy. Only the 5 sacred beasts stared coldly. Whoosh! Sword Sovereign appeared before them, holding a white sword and pointing it at the 6. Cao's lone eye glared with hatred. Tai Jianxin, you're finally here. I considered you a friend. Why did you attack me? Loyalty stands above. I can only say sorry. Humph, when you trained your path with me, you said it was a human sword path, while leaving heavenly sword path behind. So I found someone for you, one that achieved the path you trained in that cave. Patting Sword Child's shoulder, Cao taunted. Heavenly sword path against human sword path. Which is stronger, which is weaker? You must be eager to know the result. Go ahead, give it a try. Is the sword path your heart created stronger, or the sword path you learned by Heavenly Sovereign's side? Clink. Sword Child held a pitch-black longsword pointing it forward. I am a demonic sword, you, a heavenly sword. Before the showdown between Dad and Sword Sovereign, we will settle our fight. Ha ha ha. There can only be one who can wield the sword path. Since we're both sword path sovereigns, we must fight. Sword Sovereign shot for Sword Child. Sword Child flew forward as well, and the 2 swords met thousands of times in a blink. Whoosh! The 2 pulled back and explosions cracked the sky, leaving black holes. Even the stars and sun were gone. The people gasped, with the Emperor Land's forces falling back. Not out of fear, but knowing help has come. Stopping Heavenly Sovereign depended on them. A leaf floated between the 2, swirling in the breeze. As it barely touched the ground, the 2 jumped into action. Clanging sounded all over the place, the only sign the 2 were even fighting. The 5 sacred beasts and the 8 half-sovereigns were the only ones able to see their sword energy clash. The half-sovereigns grew excited, shouting at the sacred beasts. They say your strength is that of a sovereign. Now that we're at the same stage, I ask for your guidance. You, Kuimpeng raised an eyebrow. You're not even close. Red-haired man sneered. We'll just see about that. Bam! The red-haired man shot for Kuimpeng, while the others moved as well. The 5 sacred beasts shared a look. The 2 sides clashed, unleashing a wild shockwave. The audience only saw it as one clash, resulting in the 8 half-sovereigns spurting blood and being flung to the ground. How can this be? They were stunned. We're sovereigns, so why did you beat us? Kuimpeng spat with disdain. You call that a sovereign? More like a faker. You think it's that easy to be one? A true sovereign takes years upon years understanding their path to become the sole master of it. You all walk the sword path and are using other sovereigns' paths. They don't fit you and you expect to use it to its full ability? Heavenly Sovereign said that as long as we have a sovereign path, we can be one. How? He lied. How else did you think he could earn your undying devotion bewitched and trapped in his domain? Weren't you all the peak of the mortal domain in your time? How could you fall for such a cheap trick? Greed must have blinded you, ha ha ha. Kuimpeng laughed at them, and they were left utterly confused. Another boom echoed, and revealed the upright Sword Child and Sword Sovereign's lone arm bleeding. Sword Sovereign smiled. You won. You are now the Sword Sovereign. No, you let me win. Sword Child looked confused. Why? You could have beaten me if you went all out. Sword Sovereign looked at Cao. Sword Heart. A cold voice echoed and a golden eye appeared in the sky. You still chose the human path. Kuimpeng fell back in shock. Heavenly Sovereign? Heavenly Sovereign, I owed it to Cao from then. I didn't betray you. I lost to the human sword path I understood before. I just knew your sword path wasn't a pure heavenly sword, or else he couldn't have controlled your sovereign path all those years ago. That's why I didn't let you guide this garbage, even with your almighty sword path. I made the right choice. Garbage? The half-sovereign shouted. Heavenly sovereign, is that all we amount to you? What else are you? Though you've done well compared to bugs. Now you can't help me, and the paths you have are a waste. I'll be taking those back. They shuddered and the 8 got flung into the sky, making them cry out as they vanished in the eye. Sword Sovereign was dragged as well. Cao reached him in time, holding his hand. Tai Jinshin, tell me the truth. What do you mean by returning the favor? I am Heavenly Sovereign's heavenly sword. I can never betray him. All I could ever do was pass my path. It's up to heaven if he can combine the 10 paths. He sent a sword energy from his finger and pushed Cao back. Sword Sovereign was absorbed in the huge eye as he smiled. Brother Cao, goodbye. I hope you won't be destroyed with the world. Tai Jinshin. Cao roared, his eyes shaking. Sword Sovereign was swallowed with his path. Whoosh! Mirror Moon Cottage erupted, and a white figure flew out and stepped on a mountain. He looked down on them all with disdain. Beasts, you've caused enough havoc. Now you'll deal with me. Chapter 13:12 Half Supreme. Heavenly Sovereign. Kuenping winced as he turned to the familiar figure. You left Mirror Moon Cottage. Did you remove the bewitching? Heavenly Sovereign smirked. With Emotion Sovereign's path and my ability, I can now remove her bewitching. But you've been buzzing in my ear for long enough to bother me from refining the paths. Your persistent social call left me with no choice but to get rid of you first. The question is, will you come at once or one at a time? Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Kuenpeng's beard shook. Facing Heavenly Sovereign alone is disgracing Sovereign's honor. Hypocrite. Heavenly Sovereign laughed. Old man, you haven't changed a bit. No, you're actually more humane now. Stop throwing excuses, and just come all of you. Whoosh! Heavenly Sovereign flashed among the 5 beasts. They started and struck as one. Golden flames, azure flame, Qilin strength. All were unleashed upon Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign turned into a shadow and vanished, appearing above young Sanzi. So you're Qilin's son. Ha ha ha, sorry, but I killed your dad. And I'm more sorry for what happens next, killing you as well. Bam! He poked Gu Santong's back. The incredible power slammed him into the ground, with the earth around crumbling like a deck of cards. Gu Santong coughed blood, looking pale. That's Shadow Sovereign's art and Tyrant Emperor's endless power. Kuenpeng gasped. He refined 2 paths already and can use their strength. Even without Divine Eye of the Void, I'll still crush you with raw power. Heavenly Sovereign cackled. Whoosh! A black sword wave shot for his head. Heavenly Sovereign pointed with 2 fingers and destroyed it with his attack. A sword wave reached Sword Child, sending him hurtling into the ground. Blood gushed out of his shoulder. The hardest sovereign weapon was hurt just like that. SSS Kuenpeng gasped. That's not Sword Sovereign's path. His sword path doesn't have that much power. He can't have Sword Child so wounded in one strike. Ha ha ha, it is and isn't. I have taken Zhuofan's demon transformation art, including the apocalyptic sword. Demon transformation art's greatest asset is combining all paths. Sword Sovereign's path combined with Zhuofan's sword path, as in Heavenly Sword and Demonic Sword, added to the mix, my power will become the strongest sword. I hardly need to do anything just to kill you all. Ha ha ha. Kuenpeng was grave. Heavenly Sovereign was far more dangerous now. He had been toying with them so far, yet that proved the sheer gap between them. Kuenpeng took a deep breath and roared. Into your main form, Sacred Beast, the World Reversal Formation. Kuenpeng turned into the vaulting Kuenpeng, a creature 500 meters big that blotted the sky. Cao and the rest turned to their beast form as well. Gu Santong struggled to stand, turning into a Qilin. The sacred beasts howled, shuddering the skies and quaking the earth. The Emperor Land's cultivators ran away from this incredible fight. Only Heavenly Sovereign looked on with disdain. Whoosh! The 5 sacred beasts had Heavenly Sovereign surrounded, spinning around him, and unleashing tremendous power as a vortex formed. Heavenly Sovereign kept watching with scorn. Crack multicolored powers whistled at Heavenly Sovereign, turning into a deadly black energy right before they reached him. This? Yes, the destruction power you crave. Will send you off to hell. Kuenping shouted. The other 4 beasts stared at him with hope. Hope that it was enough to combine the powers into the supreme strength and wound him. Heavenly Sovereign begged to differ. Destruction power, ha ha ha. I might be excited if it were ages ago, but now you are useless to me. Apocalyptic thunderflame eye. Heavenly Sovereign's left eye flashed with black thunder flames, while his right eye shone in 4 golden halos. Thunderflame Space Crusher. Boom, crushing explosions rumbled all around as the power of annihilation faced the 5 sacred beasts' combined power. The tremendous shockwave flung the 5 sacred beasts back, with the black power flashing for thousands of miles and erasing everything. The slower Emperor Land's cultivators were gone from this world in a blink. The place was devoid of life for thousands of miles. Kuenping bled from the mouth, his voice weak. That's Shuafan's apocalyptic thunderflame eye. Why you? I told you, I've taken everything you have. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. This younger brother of mine finally did something for me, bringing back this type of destructive power. My patience in keeping this pawn around has borne fruits at long last. This power is part of yours as well. By sending you off with the same strength you have is quite poetic, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign shouted, his eyes sinister. Starting with you, sly Kuenping. Thunderflame void annihilation. Whoosh, the terrifying thunderflame turned into a huge beam of blackness, shooting straight for Kuenping. Kuenping was horrified and his heart sank. I'm done for, dying at Heavenly Sovereign's hand. Bam! The beam scattered right before impact, vanishing into nothing. Heavenly Sovereign paused and looked at the familiar figure. A man in white held an outstretched palm, thwarting Heavenly Sovereign's attack and revealing identical eyes. Father! Gu Santong and Chower shouted in joy. Kuenping shouted, Shuafan, you're back at last. No, he isn't Shuafan. Heavenly Sovereign sized him up and mocked. Younger brother, you relied on the reincarnation path and Shuafan's broken soul to return. Which path do you have now? I wonder, the emotional heavenly Tao or the destruction path? Shuafan looked calm, his smile faint. Heavenly Sovereign, you've got it all wrong. I am Shuafan, not your brother. I walk the demonic path, not the heavenly Tao. You didn't use my younger brother's emotional heavenly Tao's power? Heavenly Sovereign's brow shook. All the lives you walked may be related, but you're never the same. When one returns, the other must vanish. My foolish brother said he'd come to stop me. So how could he be the one to fade away? And this power, how is it that you wield it? Shuafan smiled. Wrong again. He vanished and I returned, only because he believed I'm better fit to stop you. Even if you're at the supreme stage, I'm the only one who can fight you, not him. What's that supposed to mean? Sovereign stage is tantamount to gods of legend. But with demons and gods at odds, only a demon can fell a god. Shuafan smirked. A god destroys the world to cleanse it, but a demon rises from humanity and will not let you succeed. Demons and gods have always been at odds. This is heaven's will. Master Nine Serenities said he gave his path to your brother, but I believe his dying wish has been to stop your destruction and fall into the demonic path, becoming what you see now today. How can you ever stop me? A worthless demonic path can't reach the supreme stage. Well, Shuafan smirked. I can't say for sure, though I felt something else. A threshold that none has felt since the beginning of time. Not you, not your brother, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a long look. Another threshold? Enough stalling. You're barely a half supreme right now, and you spout about something higher? Shuafan, I don't know if your path is from my younger brother or not, but Heavenly Tao is heartless, its power set. When I become supreme, the world's end is nigh. Now that you've brought the path of reincarnation, you're only helping me. As his words fell, a huge eye appeared in the sky. Give me the last path, Shuafan. Chapter 13:13 Void Eye. Boom. A terrible pressure befell the world and anyone in it. The people felt their knees shiver. The earth cracked in more and more places, the mountains crumbled, as the impossible weight crushed everything. Then a pulling force like no other sucked all the pieces into the huge eye. Zhuofan and the 5 sacred beasts were pulled as well, unable to stop. Blotting the heaven. Zhuofan held his hands together, releasing a colorful and soothing aura. Whoosh, it spread once it reached the heavens, expanding until it blocked the heavenly eye and its power. The rubble and the sacred beasts fell on the ground, shocked by Zhuofan's power, and how easy it was for him to stop divine eye of the void. The 10 paths mingling within his body brought about a huge change, one that would make him victorious. Bam! Their hopes were dashed with the sudden explosion, as a tornado swept everything. They finally righted their huge bodies and witnessed Heavenly Sovereign and Zhuofan in the eye of the storm clashing fists. Tyrant Sovereign's fists, Kuimping gasped. What ungodly power, and it comes from both of them using it. With both at the half-supreme stage, not even Tyrant Sovereign could have unleashed so much power. Just the aftershock sent us flying. The others nodded, with Gu Santong looking tense and worried. Can Father win against Heavenly Sovereign? It's hard to tell, Kuimping sighed, watching the two duke it out with sweat trickling down. The 2 fists boomed with every clash. Zhuofan and Heavenly Sovereign gazed into each other's eyes. Then, a black wisp leaked from Heavenly Sovereign and sent Zhuofan flying. SSS, Kuimping gasped and cried. They both hold the 10 paths to heaven, yet Zhuofan lost the exchange. Humph, of course, since their essence lies in the sovereign paths. As I have them, not even the inheritances he got from those fools can match. Bam! Heavenly Sovereign shot straight for Zhuofan, laughing. Beasts, did you think getting 10 sovereigns' inheritances would be enough against me? You're only helping fulfill my goals. Wuxia flashed in Zhuofan's face and clawed his chest. Hand over the last rebirth path. Fulfill your role as a pawn. Whoosh! Zhuofan faded like a shadow. Shadow Sovereign's shadow escape? Heavenly Sovereign smirked. Stop stalling. I know the path's tricks better than you ever could. Whoosh! Heavenly Sovereign became a shadow as well, and the two flitted across the skies with none able to track them. Sometimes they clashed, sometimes they hid. Everything going way too fast. Zhuofan had roamed all over the place, unable to get rid of Heavenly Sovereign, frowning as the latter closed in. He chose to stop hiding, and just as Heavenly Sovereign's shadow got close, he popped 1,000 miles away. Heavenly Sovereign showed himself as well, using the same move to give chase. Humph, Child Sovereign's Heavenly Cloud Step? Are we playing now? A shame the skills you got from them are mastered by me now. There's no escape. You only mastered their paths, while ignorant of their mindsets and hearts when walking those paths. You will never understand the essence of those skills. And I'll reach the supreme stage so long I have the 10 paths. I don't need to understand some pathetic human paths. And that's why you will never know the purpose of the human path. How hearts turn from good to unspeakable, or turn over a new leaf to do good in their lives. Just as how they are weak as ants, yet still dare throw their lives against the Heavenly Sovereign. The figures slowed down and Zhuofan became calm. You know nothing, even with the 10 paths. You've only grasped their strength, and not the journeys. Heavenly Sovereign took advantage of this moment to get closer, sinking his claw into Zhuofan's chest with fervor in his eyes. That's all I wanted, without the worthless experiences of some bugs. Ha ha ha. Whoosh! He ripped his hand out of Zhuofan's body, and spilled his blood as a prismatic glow shone in his hand. Damn it, he got the reincarnation path. Kuimping panicked, despair setting in. With all 10 paths he'll become supreme and destroy the world. It's all over. Kuimping slumped to the ground powerless. The other beasts were shocked. The world will end. Zhuofan had a calm gaze. Heavenly Sovereign, you've been ensnared by demons. Demons? Heavenly Sovereign snickered. I follow the void path. No demonic path can touch me. Even if I do have demons, I first need to have a heart. Where else would the heart demons be? Greed becomes a demon, fervor becomes a demon, conceit becomes a demon. You have many of them. Since no one could handle you, I will do it for them. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. You? Ha! You're my pawn. Your path came from me. The 10 paths you've yearned are now with me, including the reincarnation path. Heavenly Sovereign looked at the prismatic glow in the sky dissipated, and the heavenly eye exerted its pressure on the world. Ha ha ha! Now even the reincarnation veil you set up with the past is gone. The world is mine. What can you possibly do to me? Heavenly Sovereign, demonic path always follows the iron rule that only evil can fight evil. As a demon preys on lesser demons, a bigger demon is needed to defeat him. The appearance of a demon crushing 5 people demands my arrival. For I am all the demons in the world. Zhuo Fan was solemn. This is my duty and mission. This is my final warning, stop. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Are you insane? I'm Heavenly Sovereign, moreover the Supreme that will destroy the world. And a mere demonic emperor thinks you can to stop me? The 10 paths. You can have them, I don't care. You can be supreme, I don't care. For I have lived for 32 lives, and I haven't come for that. Zhuo Fan had a big smirk on his face. In the heavenly rebirth lake, I finally realized what I truly wanted and understood my karma with you. You are not my match. I let you be the ruler of the martial emperor continent or what? Heavenly Sovereign flung his arm. Arrogant fool. You are weak and still dare preach me? This is what I taught you back then. Don't you dare throw it back at me. I'm this close to the true Tao. No one can stop me from taking the last step. Heavenly Sovereign swallowed the prismatic glow, and Zhuo Fan just watched. The heavenly eye sent stronger fluctuation, while its golden halo grew brighter. Heavenly Sovereign closed his eyes as an eerie power swirled around him. His hair fluttered as black shone in a creepy light. The huge eye shuddered and vanished. Kunpeng looked taken aback, watching as the blue sky turned white with 13 silver rings shining throughout the world. Divine Eye of the Void, 13th stage, Void Eye. The wild hair fell, turning from black to silver. Heavenly Sovereign opened his eyes, one white and one black. Gone was the purple lightning gold eye, and the divine eye of the void. On his forehead, another eye open, pale and shining in 13 silver rings like the sky. Chapter 13-14, True Self-Origin. Kunpeng crumbled to the ground, his heart shaking. It's all over. His eye covers the entire sky. He holds the world in his palm. This is the supreme path. We can no longer stop him. The others felt crushed by despair. Only Zhuo Fan stared with an impassive look, making even the now supreme Heavenly Sovereign feel uneasy. You're not afraid? Stop if you still want to be a part of this world. Humph, you're still boasting? Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Younger brother, I call you this for the last time. Do you know what the Supreme Heavenly Eye is? Zhuo Fan said, Void Eye Genesis. Yes, you sensed it too, as someone aware of the Supreme Stage. Heavenly Sovereign smiled in pride. This isn't like the apocalyptic thunder flame, or the divine eye of the void. It will erase the whole world, and then create a purer one, without any filth. There's nothing in this world, not even your apocalyptic thunder flame, that it can't remove, just like this. Pa! A silver glow came from the sky, and a mountain up and vanished, like it was never part of this world to begin with. Kunpeng was overwhelmed with shock and fear. Zhuo Fan sighed. The world has yet to run its course. If you choose the path of defiance, it won't end well. It's not for you to decide what will become of this world. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. The fate of the world is now in my hands. Just like the ancient plan, the world will be created anew. I will cleanse it of all filth, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign cackled, and the void eye shone in a silver glow. Silver waves washed over the world, the lands, the seas, each removed from existence. Kunpeng's group shrank back to human form, trying to get away. Don't let the glow touch you. It's certain death. As all of creation died out, they would soon have nowhere to hide. They hid in caves, only to vanish the next second, then anywhere else they could find. Heavenly Sovereign laughed at their futile attempts to squeeze just a few more moments out of their lives. These are bugs, unable to be the masters of their own fate. Zhuo Fan looked coldly, fading as well when the silver glow reached him. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. Younger brother, farewell for good. Since ancient times, so long has passed but nothing has changed. No need for that, we'll be seeing each other soon. Zhuo Fan smirked, shuddering Heavenly Sovereign's heart. Why did he smile? In the Luo clan, with all the fighters gone to stop Heavenly Sovereign, Luo Yunchang and the girls were praying. The sky turned silver, and its glow erased everything it touched. The people panicked and Luo Yunchang held her head. We failed and the end is coming. Qingqing Zhuofan. He'll be fine. Chu Qingqing prayed. She looked at the silver glows with light in her eyes, her memories resurfacing. Sister Yunchang. I feel like I recall something. The times I spent with you in the mortal domain. What's the point of recalling it now? Luo Yunchang sighed. Chu Qingqing smiled. There is. Be it life or death, love never changes. I've been looking for him for so long in the mortal domain. And he looked for me in the sacred domain. Even when I wasn't around. Just knowing this, just a brief remembrance is enough. Chu Qingqing smiled, tears of joy trailing down her face. Ding! The tears shone in 7 colors, flying into the sky and vanishing. Not even the silver glow could erase it. Whoosh, it flew above Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign shuddered. What's going on? What's it doing here? Heavenly Sovereign's eye shone brighter. But no amount of power could erase one lonely tear, even as it destroyed everything else. Heavenly Sovereign started. What is this? 10 paths return, true self-origin. I live while the world hangs on the edge. Boom! The familiar voice echoed throughout the skies. Heavenly Sovereign gasped. Zhuofan? How? You were destroyed. Why can he speak? Kuanping's group started, and looked at the strange power coming from a tear. Zhuofan shouted again. The 10 paths to heaven, the first heavenly path, the void path, encompass the world, cleanses the cosmos and returns. A shudder passed, and a prismatic glow appeared around the tear. Heavenly Sovereign gawked in shock. That's impossible. The void path is with me. Why is another one there? Did he form the same sovereign path? Zhuofan's shouts continued. The 10 paths to heaven, second human path, invincible tyrant path, boundless and unstoppable might return. The 10 paths to heaven, third human path, 9 serenities demonic path, encompassing the lands, encompassing relationships return. The 10 paths to heaven, fourth human path, iron-blooded sword path, loyalty and righteousness return. The 10 paths to heaven, fifth human path, the night star path, all connected, all compassionate return. The 10 paths to heaven, sixth human path, hellish nether path, outside of mortal coil, of its sorrows and struggles return. The 10 paths to heaven, seventh human path, concealed shadow path, dashing outside of light return. The 10 paths to heaven, 8 human path, rebirth path, cleansing all the past return. The 10 paths to heaven, ninth human path, ardent passion path, entwining and touching the heavens return. The 10 paths to heaven, 10th human path, mortal path, heart's origin, heart's purity return. With the shouts, sovereign paths gathered around the teardrop. A boom resounded and the paths dispersed, ripping the sky apart and the silver glow. Heavenly Sovereign spewed blood, roaring at the now shining sky. No, this can't be. I am supreme. How did this happen? Why did the 10 paths to heaven appear? I have refined them all. I told you you only used their effects, not their essence. Those who fuse them can form them again at any time. Zhuofan spoke again. Heavenly Sovereign, I gave you fair warning. As you insist on being alone, I can no longer keep you in this world. 10 paths unite, universe palm. The 10 paths formed a spinning circle, then turned into a prismatic palm that pressed down on Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign shook his head in denial. No, I'm supreme. You can't beat me. Void Eye. Heavenly Sovereign's third eye opened again, sending silver glows, but nothing could stop the prismatic palm's attack. Heavenly Sovereign was reaching despair upon contact, the palm erasing him and vanishing as well soon after. It all felt like a dream, impossible and unbelievable. Kuanping crawled to his feet, looking at the clear sky with a smile. It's over at last. But where's Zhuofan? Father, where are you? Gu Santong and Sword Child looked for him. A light drizzle fell on the land, but the drops were prismatic in color, sinking into the earth. The ground moved and a hand came out, followed by familiar faces. Gu Santong started. Luo Yunhai, elderly old Dan, didn't you die? Why, we died. They scratched their heads oblivious. Where are we? What happened? Chapter 13-15 Epilogue. Gu Santong said. Didn't you and Heavenly? Heavenly what? What was I saying? Gu Santong scratched his head, turning to Chower and Sword Child. What are we doing? They looked around, lost, their minds blank as they tried to come up with a name. They forgot soon after, enjoying the other's return. No one paid the empty sky any attention. The sacred beasts were still on good terms with the Luo clan, the former sword kings with their venerables. And they were now joking about how they were so mighty, yet staying with the Luo clan. They just laughed it out, oblivious to the void inside, the vanishing of one man. The entire world was the same. Zhuofan vanished from the world, and their memories. Heavenly Sovereign, let's have another round of chess. In a white world, Zhuofan sat on a stone stool before a chessboard and smiled at the tense Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign looked around. Where is this place? Your world. Zhuofan made the introductions. Didn't you want to remake the world? This is how the world first started, with nothing in it. Feel free to let your creativity explode and doodle to your heart's content. Heavenly Sovereign stared at Zhuofan. This isn't what I want. I want to go to Martial Emperor Continent. That's my world. You can't go. I've erased all our traces from it. You never existed there. Not in records and neither in memories. There were only 9 ancient sovereigns. Of course, there was no Steward Zhua either. Heavenly Sovereign gasped. You erased a person's mark on the world? Just what stage did you reach? It doesn't matter, let's play. Zhuofan gestured at the chessboard. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a strange look, then sat down across from him. Zhuofan was calm this time, each piece landing casually, with no hidden intent. Heavenly Sovereign could never win regardless, but neither could Zhuofan, ending in a draw. This was what made it scary. The highest skill in chess was not winning, but maintaining a balance with the adversary. Heavenly Sovereign's brow shook, the piece in his hand falling as he shook his head. You win. It's only a draw. A draw means you win, Heavenly Sovereign said. May I ask you something? Feel free. What is your path? Heavenly Sovereign looked on with hope. Ever since you appeared, I felt your path was different from my younger brother. It's emotional but different. What is it? Zhuofan smiled. His compassion was greater, that of the higher love, while mine was only of minor love. Minor love could form a path and beat me. Aren't the emotions in the world split into minor and major? Zhuofan smirked, causing Heavenly Sovereign to shudder. Zhuofan stood. Heavenly Sovereign, including the 9 sovereigns, you were all too stubborn. The world moved along its own rules. What major and minor love? Emotion is emotion. It comes from the human heart, simple as that. I recommend a cultivation method, made by mortals. It may not look like much to you, but this is exactly what you sovereigns lack. Zhuofan sent the information in his mind with a flick. True self-art. Heavenly Sovereign muttered. Return to self, merge with the world, human and heaven becoming one, reaching Tao. Zhuofan, you! Heavenly Sovereign cried out, but Zhuofan was gone. He looked around the empty space. Heaven, earth and man paths united, grasping the world. The world stage above supreme. Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone with hope and looked at the white sky. He didn't perceive Zhuofan beyond the white cover, holding a white sphere and flinging it into the darkness. Russell, he was surrounded by many spheres, flickering and roaming through the darkness. Some were pure white, others were gray, and the last were black. Zhuofan watched it all and pointed. Dozens of black spheres vanished. Sorry, it's not that I destroyed you, but that your world is already at its end, turned into hell. I'm only doing heaven's duty in removing it. Zhuofan turned to the endless spheres, focusing on a gray one. Martial Emperor Continent has yet to reach its end, but it's getting closer. Zhuofan roamed around the darkness, tracing the spheres filled with vitality and popping the black ones. 1,000 years later, Martial Emperor Continent had gone through many changes. Heroes emerged, forming their own force. Even without sacred mountains monopolizing everything, now there was conflict among many parts. The largest was the Luo clan, as it was the closest to sacred beasts, and had the mysterious sword sovereign in their home. They were the ultimate force no one touched. The Luo clan had the fortune of maintaining its honor and integrity through the ages, never throwing their weight around, and looking out for the people. Even so, in a world of strength, the weak always were persecuted. Stop right there. Hand over the spirit stones. It's our money to buy food. The hell I will. Among the verdant trees of a forest, 2 girls of 9 and 10 years old ran barefoot, and with dirty faces. Pa! The girls tripped to the ground and the 6 teenagers caught up, showing their depraved grins. Hee hee. Let's see you run now. Don't come any closer or you'll be sorry. The older girl stood up before her sister. I'm at the 8th layer of chi condensation stage. Any closer and you're dead. The guys mocked. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. What was our cultivation again? Boss, we're in the bone tempering stage, the weakest being in the 3rd layer. The girls shuddered and the guys laughed harder. Grab them and sell them to a brothel to earn us some dozen spirit stones, ha ha ha. Right. No. The sisters huddled in fear. Pa. The guys found themselves frozen, unable to move. Their creepy smiles stuck on their faces. Soft footsteps were heard as Zhuofan appeared before the shivering sisters with a smile. Don't be scared. They won't hurt you anymore. The girls looked at Zhuofan's kind face and bowed in thanks. What are your names? Zhuofan asked despite knowing. The older of the 2 replied. I'm Xiao Yu. And this is my younger sister Xiao Shuang. Yu Shuanger, Zhuofan muttered and reached out. Will you come with me, as my disciples? Disciple? Xiao Yu asked. Do we get to eat? Sure, and no one will pick on you ever again. Great, we greet master. The 2 girls were so simple, immediately bowing to Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled and took their hands, vanishing. The guys could move again, and plopped on the ground in confusion. Where are they? Strange. Elsewhere, Chu Qingqing stood before a rundown house with a sweet smile. 2 girls nearby whispered nearby. Why does senior sister like to stay here at her age? She must have some weird hobby. Isn't it better to cultivate in nature? Who knows? Maybe she's waiting. For who? That would be me. The girls jumped at the man's voice. They stared back at Zhuofan standing behind them. Who are you? When did you get here? Don't be rude and step back. Chu Qingqing shouted. The 2 flinched and noticed her icy stare. They wanted to complain, but they saw the tears and excitement in her eyes. They were sensible to leave. Zhuofan sighed, stepping forward. After 1,000 years, even with erasing everyone's memories, only you remember me. I knew that was your trick back then. Yeah, since I can no longer stay with them, it's best to be forgotten. But I didn't forget. Maybe it was your tears that I have within my heart. Zhuofan nodded. Maybe it's heaven's will. Everyone believed Heavenly Sovereign's younger brother reincarnated to find his sovereign path, and to stop Heavenly Sovereign, when the truth is he was searching to restore his emotion center. You are my emotional center. Then will you take me along? Of course. Chu Qingqing hugged Zhuofan tightly, moved to tears. Where will you take me? Through a life of toil and hardships in the master's home. Master? Qingqing asked. What did you do? Zhuofan showed a mysterious smile. Same old, stewarding the entire world. Chapter 1291 Showdown. Black flames spread out, sizzling Zhuofan's surroundings, but nothing changed as he withdrew them. Chu Qingqing panicked. How is it? Can you break the barrier? If only there was a barrier. Zhuofan frowned in doubt. This doesn't look like a barrier or illusion. My thunder flame would have destroyed them by now. Chu Qingqing hesitated. This is really strange and absurd. Qingqing, did Sir Shui Jing say something to you? Zhuofan asked. Chu Qingqing pondered and nodded. He vowed on his Tao heart that there's no barrier or array. He also said that it's my heart keeping me here, not him. Heart trapping oneself? Zhuofan paced around. Humans are plagued with complex desires, and could never see their true selves beyond them. You need to remove them and clear your heart to see clearly. Zhuofan took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Chu Qingqing cocked her head. A hum was heard, and Zhuofan's surroundings had ripples spreading out, each twisting reality, even himself. Chu Qingqing was baffled, but then a hand took hers. She cried at the sudden force, stumbling. When she straightened, the surroundings left her speechless. The valley was gone, as was the waterfall and pavilion. They were now before a small courtyard with a building and a side room. Chu Qingqing blinked at a loss. This This is the valley you couldn't leave. Zhua Fan smirked. It's nothing but a courtyard stuck running it in circles. No matter where you went, someone would have kept deceiving your perception. Unable to break the hold, you were kept here. Chu Qingqing gasped. There's a skill like that? Then how did you? Zhua Fan's right eye shone in 3 golden halos. Maybe I have the same skill as the user. Zhua Fan smiled as the rings faded, patting her hand. A zither played that drew Chu Qingqing's attention and made her fearful, pulling on Zhua Fan. It's him. It's Shui Jing who trapped me. It's fine. What comes comes. Zhua Fan led her to the sounds, arriving behind the building before a youth in his 20s playing the zither. Chu Qingqing was scared, hiding behind Zhua Fan who bowed. Greetings, Sir Shui Jing. The zither didn't stop, with Shui Jing looking up at him. The life you lived helped broaden your heart and mind, escaping the hold on your heart so soon. Very good. Shui Jing smiled. Zhua Fan smiled. You're too kind, sir. I still have a long way to go. I didn't even realize when sir tampered with my heart. Sir is the true expert. Ha ha ha. You're not as cocky as before. You've matured a lot. Shui Jing nodded and stopped playing. He waved to a chessboard. It's been ages since our last game. Allow me to see your progress. Zhua Fan nodded. By your leave. He sat down with Chu Qingqing next to him, looking at Shui Jing's mysterious smile. Pieces fell on the board, each fighting to overcome the other side. An hour later, the pieces looked entangled. You're much calmer now and lost your rough edges. Shui Jing placed a white piece. Zhua Fan placed a black piece. I am grateful for your lecture. Gains and losses mattered not. One needs to see the big picture to succeed. I will never forget that lesson. You not only held it close but built on it. You're an entirely different person. You're too kind, sir. It's all thanks to you. It's a shame the same quirk remains. Shui Jing gave him a look inside. You like to take risks and employ schemes. That's very dangerous for a big player. The higher you go, the shrewder your opponent will become, just like you if not above. By trying to be clever, you're only revealing your weakness to be destroyed. Pa. Shui Jing placed a piece hard, removing many of Zhua Fan's. The outcome was obvious. Zhua Fan was dark. Yes, sir is right. I started off as a nobody, unable to contend with the big players. But why do you big players still bother with a nobody like me, Heavenly Sovereign? He followed with a white piece, not yet ready to give up the game and his life, despite being unable to change the outcome. But he believed the chance would present itself. It always had. And if it didn't, he would just make one, like the times before. You finally figured it out. Shui Jing replied with calm. Only Chu Qingqing gasped. Heavenly Sovereign? The strongest of the 10 ancient sovereigns? No way. Didn't they all fall? Even Nether Sovereign could only wander the Nether Sea as a lost soul. How can Heavenly Sovereign still be alive? Yeah, they have, so how could the Heavenly Sovereign who all fought against still survive? Shui Jing chuckled, still staring at Zhua Fan. What makes you so sure? Zhua Fan spoke. Ever since I got Sir's divine eye of the void, I felt apprehensive, afraid that one day you'll come after me for stealing it. But then I thought to myself that this was all a stage, as other sovereigns showed themselves to me and started guiding me. I didn't have such an overinflated ego to think myself special enough to warrant so many big players' attention. That left only one's conclusion: it was a setup. You're far stronger and wiser now, and you can see the lining. Go on. Shui Jing waved. Zhua Fan said, those freaks just now are from the mortal domain. I could feel the aura of the sacred weapons on them. At that moment, I knew that I would run into Sir and end up at Sir's whim. But when I heard they were your men, it all became clear. Heavenly Sovereign, you don't want to kill me, but use me. You wouldn't have helped me otherwise, guiding me on the demonic path. Shui Jing gave a slow clap. Well said. But that's on the basis that I'm Heavenly Sovereign. What if I'm not? Moon mirror fades to void, to nothing, an obvious reference to the void path. Zhua Fan laughed. Sir, you've stated who you are since the beginning. It's just that none ever thought of it from that perspective. None would believe the first ever sovereign to be walking among mortals and toying with them under the guise of Shui Jing. The skill you used to trap me and Qingqing in the courtyard was the divine eye of the void third stage, mirage world, right? Zhuofan's right eye shone in 3 halos. But since I'm still weak and ignorant, still in the void path, I can only create illusion in a certain area, while Sir is able to implant them in people's minds. I could only escape because I know some of the void path. Heavenly Sovereign smiled. You've done well going to the mortal domain this time. I'm impressed. This time? What about the other times? Do they exist? Am I reading too much into it? You flatter me, but there's still something I've yet to understand. Saving me and guiding me down the demonic path wasn't just a coincidence, was it? I'm still unable to make sense as to why all the big players are interested in little old me. Zhuofan shouted in the lion's den. He had no fear in demanding answers from Heavenly Sovereign, knowing fully well his life had yet to outlive its usefulness. He needed him, they all did. So, he found it a good idea to leverage the already bleak situation he was in to gain as much knowledge as he could and formulate a plan. Chapter 1292, Cave of Emotions. Heavenly Sovereign sneered. You know you're a nobody, a pawn in the game of big players. Then you should also know that you never had a choice. We created the app you are threading. In short, you never even had the luxury of choosing a path, little brother. What do you mean? Zhuofan started. Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. The past is the past. There's no point dredging it up. But understand this. As I admit of leading you on, you should also learn to play along. What makes you think I'll listen? Like I said, you have no choice. Heavenly Sovereign mocked in Chu Qingqing's direction. Zhuofan tensed and clenched his fists. The space cracked to reveal a portal, reflecting a lush forest within. Heavenly Sovereign pointed. This is Emotion Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Go and take the sovereign path. Emotion Sovereign? The most mysterious of the 10? Zhuofan blinked. There's barely any mention of him in the 9 Serenities secret records, with no rumors even circulating the sacred domain. How am I supposed to do that? Heavenly Sovereign smiled. By playing the role they and I gave you. Accepting their path is part of all our plans. They? Zhuofan squinted. You mean Nether Sovereign's group? They gave me their paths just like you have. What the hell are you all up to? Would they still give it to me knowing you sent me? I have to stall and get him talking. Not like it'll be difficult. The guy sure loves the sound of his voice. He's bound to slip at some point. That's when my chance comes. For someone so seasoned in the demonic path, you're quite slow, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign laughed. Remember my lesson. The higher you climb, the more useless tricks become. We all fight in the open to control everything. All of us are crystal clear of what the other is after. Just like in this game of chess, all of us can see what pieces go and stay. Even the outcome is plain to see. You're overt and not covert, understand? Zhuofan didn't argue, glancing at Qingqing's worried face, and reassured her with a glance before going through the portal. Birds chirped and danced in the air from branch to branch. The place was paradise, without a hint of evil or any strange elements. It was the best place for one to live in seclusion, though there was something that caught his eye. Everything here came in pairs, including objects. 2 insects flying side by side, squirrels hopping together, and even weeds growing in pairs, all joined in bizarre ways. The lone sun above struck a solitary figure in this paradise of emotion. Zhuofan chuckled, then it dawned on him to look across the sky and noticed the moon, hanging up alongside the sun. Just like Emotion Sovereign, to bring even the sun and moon together. Zhuofan pushed on, taking in the odd sights. Nothing stood in his way, be it a defensive array or guardian. The sovereign seat of enlightenment was defenseless. It was the complete opposite from the dark, eerie nether sea. This forest only knew tranquility and peace. Heavenly Sovereign is almighty, isn't her? He could just waltz in here instead of sending me in his place. How peculiar. Zhuofan was trying to unravel the 10 Sovereigns game, and his role in it. He needed to in order to find leeway in shifting the balance in his favor. First was how all sovereigns wanted him to get all the paths. Why would I need them all when one already is enough? Then, there was the obvious war the 9 had with Heavenly Sovereign. But why? What am I missing? pondering while rooted didn't get him anywhere, so he walked ahead. Arriving at a cave marked as the Cave of Emotion. Greetings, Sovereign. Zhuo Fan gave a deep bow of respect. Silence greeted him. Zhuo Fan cursed. Is he out, or is Heavenly Sovereign's aim off? There are only infinity of realms out here. You're finally here. A faint woman's voice came from within. So a she, not a he. Noted. Yeah. Zhuo Fan nodded, proving Heavenly Sovereign's words. His destiny was to be the Sovereign's pawn. But it won't be that case for long. Who let you in? The voice asked. Zhuo Fan was frank. It was Heavenly Sovereign who brought me to your seat of enlightenment. After all this time, it'd be strange for Heavenly Sovereign not to notice. 9 Serenities was right. The final winner is still up to fate. Zhuo Fan spoke baffled. Sovereign, I can just go if you want. No, I've waited for you for too long. There's no way you're leaving empty-handed. At her stern words, a prismatic light flew out of the cave. It entered Zhuo Fan's body and stayed there. Zhuo Fan patted himself, checking for any abnormality. He made an odd face at the end. Is that it? Yes, now go. I was expecting something more in line with Nether Sovereign's approach. No punching through a sea of enemies? No running to an inch of my life? No unsolvable puzzle? It felt anticlimactic how easy it all was, after all those tests the others put him through. It all feels so random. You don't like it? Tough luck, now beat it. Ugh, fine. Zhuo Fan blinked at her wild temper and left with a bow. Take care, Sovereign. He returned to the portal, pausing to give this place one last look. The second he left, the paradise faded away. The pairs of insects and birds were gone. The sun and moon were no more. The only prevalent color was gray, from the clouds to the earth and the barren rocks. A chilling wind blew below the heavy clouds. Over the endless bones roamed by mangy dogs and ravens as they searched for scraps. If heaven has love, then heaven has gotten old. Love is the deadliest poison in the world. Heavenly Sovereign ran amok through the world, yet fell for my bewitching and never again set foot here. Having sent him to take my path, this means he's close to remove it. We are running out of time. Baliyu, are you ready? A woman stood before the cave and nodded. A pink glow filled the cave. We're going to act soon, so let me remind you. My soul trace relied on my path to survive for so long. The day I sent it away is the day I will be gone from this world. But I'll be able to control it once more through you. You can't withstand a path's might, and will disintegrate. Do you still accept? Don't you want to stop Heavenly Sovereign? Why try to dissuade me now of all times? Baliyu looked at the cave with a cold gaze. The voice came once more. There's no grudge between us and Heavenly Sovereign. Blocking is due to our diverging paths. Mortal world's emotions have no play in this. I'm happy that you'd sacrifice yourself for me. But as the emotion sovereign, I need to confirm your decision. For emotion is as hard as stone. Mastering emotion means feeling every aspect of it at its most intense moment. Nether Sovereign sent you here believing you have that capability. I know that your emotions are one-sided, whether they can reach or not. I know. I won't let him die before me. Baliyu was determined, showing a faint smile. With a boom, the cave shone bright, and a light entered Baliyu. Baliyu shuddered from pain, but soon her eyes opened to reveal a dreadful gaze. Rumble the mountain crumbled, and all in 1,000 miles turned to dust. Baliyu flew away, gone in a blink. 100 miles from Mirror Moon Cottage, as sacred stones entered the earth, a strange array took form. Schwanger took a deep breath and made a sign. Li Jingtian's group was grave. Miss Schwanger, can we actually save Steward Zhuo with this array? Even Steward Zhuo has no confidence in defeating Shui Jing with his mastery of arrays. How can you? It's not to fight Shui Jing but to guide him. Schwanger looked pained. This is my ancestors' mission to our clan, to give Big Brother Zhuo a way out. A prismatic light shone and Schwanger released a frightening aura that got everyone gapping. Chapter 1293, Advancement. Sword Heart walked towards the towering cliff, smiling at the setting sun and the cautious Sword Child. He'll soon get his wish, and this world will be at peace. Sword Child just stared. What's your name? Sword Heart asked. Sword Child. Did your master name you? He's my father. Sword Child's eyes were hard. Sword Heart shook his head. Just like humanity, to treat his sword as a son. How does your master see you? Isn't it obvious? His heart. Sword Heart sighed. Sword points where your heart is. I am his sword, moving at his heart's intent. We are one, he and I. Does he see you as a brother then? Not a brother, for they aren't of one mind while we are. Sword Heart smiled. What he wants to do, I want as well. Not like your master's fancy speech calling you son. Isn't parenthood a form of slavery? You have to obey and you have to listen. Being humane is so fake, so short-sighted. Humph and, Sword Child mocked. Your master made you like him. But in the end you're just a copy. At best, you're both working to improve, while at worst, you're nothing more than a replica. My father treats us like sons, but he never forces his beliefs on us. The same with Luo Clan Head, the same with Qilin. I am but a sword. So, who is the master and who is the servant? Sword Heart looked at the sky. Heavenly Tao has no emotions, in eternal solitude, unmarred by human complexions. That's why the 10 sovereigns were in the end one heaven, and 9 people. The 9 shared their paths, while the heavenly Tao is only one. The same goes for us. It's not that he made a copy of himself. It's that heavenly Tao resembles itself. I'm his sword and he's shown me where heavenly Tao is so we can create it a pure world. What's that got to do with my dad? He has never bothered you. Of course it's related. He's crucial. Be it for heavenly Tao, or humanity. The world's direction rests on his shoulders. Everything is in the hands of one man. Sword Heart smiled. If all goes well, tonight we get to see the world's direction, ha ha ha. Sword Child shuddered, unease creeping in. Whoosh, 2 figures bowed before Sword Heart. Sir, it's done. They were 2 of the 8 freaks. Sword Heart waved them away, and said to Sword Child, do you know what they are? Once the strongest in the mortal domain, men that sought the pinnacle. But the more they do, the more frustrated they feel when they reach a wall they cannot cross. Having never failed before, they become restless. It was then that I stepped in and promised to fulfill their wishes, so they bow their heads. The moment they did so, they could never raise it again. This is the debased humanity. They're all cultivators from the mortal domain that learned from the sacred weapons. Yes, the tougher the environment, the stronger the people. After the ancient period, sacred domain no longer had anyone impressive. Only the mortal domain would bring about someone adequate every million years or so. Sword Heart nodded, then he showed utter disdain. And the result? They're stuck as half-sovereigns. Their immense pride turned into cowardice from crushing doubt in their abilities, as they begin seeking other ways, and ultimately sealing their hope to ever become a true sovereign. That's why they can never be sovereigns. If Sword Sovereign was alive, the seat was taken, for they walked the path of the sword, Sword Child shouted. Sword Heart shook his head. Wrong. The 10 paths to heaven hints at being only 10, but that doesn't mean they can't change. It may be hard, but if one found an alternative, another road, they too could become sovereign in the sword. Sword Child, there was once Patriarch Blood Demon who lived a long time ago. He had the bravery to do it, coming the closest to realizing it. Later on, people heard of his foiled attempt, and always believed the 10 paths are ever taken, losing their courage. Will you brave it, little one? Sword Child's eyes grew with thirst for battle. Ha ha ha, you may never get the chance if your master fails. Sword Heart laughed and patted the little head. Come, let's see your master's last act. Sword Heart left and Sword Child followed. The 2 arrived at Heavenly Sovereign's courtyard, to find him in his chair, and looking at the chessboard with an intense gaze. Chu Qingqing paced around, looking at the portal with worry now and then. Sword Heart and Sword Child landed. Sword Heart bowed. It's ready. Marvelous. Heavenly Sovereign gave Sword Child a look, while Chu Qingqing gasped. What are you doing here? It's too dangerous. Where's father? Sword Child asked. Chu Qingqing looked at the portal inside. He went to find Emotion Sovereign. It feels like the 2 sovereigns are mortal enemies. Since Zhua Fan went representing Heavenly Sovereign, maybe. Chu Qingqing shook her head. Sword Child looked worried as well. Zhua Fan casually stepped out of the portal, and the 2 welcomed him with smiles. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a look and mocked. Just like I said. The woman gave it to you. I have it, so what do you want from me now? Zhuofan sighed. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged, popping another portal open, leading to the sacred mountains, where their disciples and the 6 mountain lords were. Only they were all unconscious. Zhuofan gave Heavenly Sovereign a quizzical look. Heavenly Sovereign spoke. As 9 Serenities inheritor, you trained in the demon transformation art to the early saint stage. You're ways away from reaching the peak. As for your heart and mind, the many sovereign inheritances you have proved their broadness. To reach sovereign stage, all that is needed is build-up. What? Zhuofan gasped. You want me to suck them dry? Of course, why else would I stop you from slaughtering each other? As Sacred Mountain's disciples practice the most upright methods and have solid foundations, using them will lead to best results. Just what's your game, making me a sovereign? Think of it as helping you out. Heavenly Sovereign snickered. Not just me, but other sovereigns wish for it as well. There'd be no point dumping so many paths on you to increase your own otherwise. But your goals differs. Why do you care? Did you forget your place, pawn? You have no power here. Heavenly Sovereign mocked as he glanced at Chu Qingqing and Sword Child. I'd have drowned you in materials by now, if not for haste makes waste. You think I wanted to wait for so long. Now are you doing it or not? Zhuofan's face shook and looked around with a sigh. He made a sign and black energy leaked out of him. In a blink, a sea of black drowning the crowd beyond the portal. The victims didn't even twitch as they disintegrated. The black energy returned to Zhuofan and filled him with endless strength. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. You're holding back, afraid that the demon transformation art will eat you alive like your disciple and everyone. Don't worry, the backlash happens only with a weak body, unable to handle all those energies, and with a weak mind that succumbs to the victim's regrets. You've passed them with flying colors. Now cultivate already. Screw you. It won't go your way in the end, mark my words. Zhuofan shook, unleashing a violent wave of black energy that turned the rest of them to dust in a blink. Chu Qingqing shirked back in fear, with Heavenly Sovereign nodding. Let's take this brief moment to compound Heavenly Tao like old times, little brother, the argument before the Great War. Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone. Chapter 1294 Seizing. Zhuofan was surrounded in black energy, but he was still able to listen through the waves of surging power coursing through him. When the universe was in its primordial state, heaven and the earth were pure and clear. All things were honest, and there was a flourishing vitality. The prevalent upright energy made it the clearest time in the entire cosmos. Heavenly Sovereign paced around. With the coming of humanity, the world's vitality twisted. With humanity having demons in their hearts, the world's righteousness was challenged by the demonic path, confusing it further. Yes, the demonic path was never a part of the world, it came from people. In other words, the heart is the root of all evil. Doesn't that mean cleansing the world one has to purge the source? Zhuofan's shaky voice came from behind the black energy. Isn't this funny, talking about eradicating demonic path when I'm part of it? It's because you reached its peak that you understand the wretchedness of a human heart. I'm asking you in all honesty. Heavenly Sovereign was filled with bloodthirst. The vile humans have only worked to doom their fate with countless crimes. They should all die, right? Zhuofan took a deep breath. Yes, humans are vile, but no buts. In your long journey as a demonic cultivator, you've sought any little reason why humanity shouldn't be purged. It's how you became a true demon from a nobody. You see the good and bad in their hearts and know that humanity must die. Then you should be supporting me this time, right? When have I gone against you? Can I even do that? This is absurd. Or maybe there is a way out of this hopeless situation. All the sovereigns gave him their paths willingly, some through deadly trials, to further each side's grand design. He knew they held the key to his survival. Zhuofan focused his attention inward, giving cultivation only the minimum attention, not to lose himself in the maelstrom of grudges and hatred the victims flooded his mind with, or the wild and chaotic energies he sucked to make his own at the insistence of Heavenly Sovereign. He gave all the sovereign paths within him a much closer look, poking and prodding at them, sometimes nudging them closer together, other times further apart, all to see what made them tick, to understand them, to unite them. For he knew from past experience with the Black Thunder Flames fusion that this was a potentially unlimited source of power. The only problem was how to tap it without getting burned. Or a bit of singeing might do me good. It wasn't just a reckless thought, having mulled on this direction in the safety of the Luo clan, only now spurred by the worsening situation against a seemingly invincible enemy. As he toyed with the paths, and his life at the same time, he managed to mask the violent clashes that shook his body as a result of his tampering with unknown forces, as repercussions from taking in so much foreign energy at once. In the meantime, Chu Qingqing scrounged up her courage to dispute. Humanity is evil, but has a great potential for good and honor. You can't condemn it all only for the bad. You may be a sovereign, but aren't you a human first and foremost? I was once, but ever since I attained my void path to become heavenly sovereign, I no longer saw myself as such. I'm cultivating the heavenly Tao emptiness. All my traits as human are now void. I'm heavenly Tao's envoy, enacting judgment in its stead to remove any filth poisoning it. It's my duty. He sneered. It's because I was once human that I understand how deep this poison runs. Reap the world once, so that it may be pure again. As for that honor and good you spout about, ha ha ha. Hum Zhuofan shuddered and his strength exploded before subsiding. The constant clashes and absorbing of the paths and energy resulted in an explosive increase of power and harm. His insides did not come out unscathed. That was too close for comfort, but it pointed me in the right direction. The energy coming from the path's friction was beyond what I even got from the saints. Heavenly Sovereign patted his shoulder. Well done. Demon transformation art is truly incredible, as the fastest cultivation method in the world. You're already at mid-saint stage. There's just something I can't fathom though. Why do you appear to regress to the 5th layer of foundation establishment stage? It's really baffling, ha ha ha. This is the true self art, having learned it from an elder in the mortal domain. At the peak of your path, you return to your origins. Isn't this something big players like you strive for? No, since I never heard of anyone among us speak of such a clever cultivation method. Every sovereign drew their cultivation method from their paths. Seize the moon and sun, block the stars, ruin the world. All of these are incredible. This true self-art looks odd, but so plain made for nobodies. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged, keep going. Demon transformation art takes everything in creation. The mortal cultivation method won't affect it, ha ha ha. Zhuofan closed his eyes, ignoring his mocking. I don't plan on stopping it anytime soon either. Something about it just calls to me. I wonder what is one's true self. Rising above the human condition? Endless compassion, love, happiness and all that sappy stuff? Or is it becoming one with the world, the universe? Heavenly Sovereign smiled and said, now where were we? Right, Miss Chu said something about honor and good. Humph, hypocrite. That honor and goodness you speak of are nothing but covers to hide the twisted and vile hearts. It has no relation to true righteousness. Humans only care about themselves, their wants, even beguiling others to stop them from targeting them. They need a good excuse to take the main role on the stage. What purging evil and vanquishing demons? They're nothing but excuses to invade and remove all their threats. Who'd act otherwise? You're sort of a righteous cultivator. Think of all the times when righteousness was invoked. Wasn't it to steal or cheat or kill some threat? Was there any time they fought for a fellow human being? Chu Qingqing was shaken up and Heavenly Sovereign let her be, turning to Zhuofan. You know this better than most, Zhuofan. In dealing with the 8 emperors and sacred mountains, you used the moral high ground, didn't you? It was the only way to avoid others from surrounding you when you attacked, giving them a common cause. It's why I said you've done right by going to mortal domain, turning into a full-fledged demon by understanding the other's demons and use them. However, I have to admit that some, the very rare kind, truly are kind like a flower. Hum Zhuofan shuddered, and his power surged once more. He was at late saint stage in power, and his cultivation regressed to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment stage. That's it, almost there. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a long look. I never denied the world not having true kindness. But what good did it do when the human mind still gets twisted? Once this kindness gets swallowed by the filthy of the world, all it spat out is demons, vile and abhorred. By seeing their evil, you understand this better than anyone. Human heart is the least reliable in the world. An angel can become a demon overnight, sullying the world. The kindness of humans is nothing more than the incubation period of demons. They all turn given time. Who thousands of saints were now dust, with but a few still alive. Zhuofan's power grew to the peak saint stage. Yes, the sovereign paths within him drew nearer and nearer, their clashes milder as a new and incredible power was unleashed in minute amounts, propelling his cultivation further. Heavenly Sovereign grinned like a winner, his right eye shining in 10 golden halos. Little brother, just like before, you have no way of convincing me. So just the same, lend me a hand and help me reach the supreme stage, to become the ultimate being, so that I may destroy the world and remake it. Boom! The sky changed as a huge eye appeared above everyone. 10 golden rings shone in its center. Zhuofan shook and felt crushed, unable to breathe. His bones felt like they might give. Heavenly Sovereign, what are you doing? Zhuofan cried out. Heavenly Sovereign smirked. Taking out the sovereign paths those guys gave you. Divine Eye of the Void 10th stage Void Abyss. Whoosh, the 10 golden rings in the sky shone brighter, and Zhuofan felt his strength boiling. His skin turned red and blood seeped out. He felt his strength was pulled from his very being. Ah! Zhuofan heard a shriek, forcing his head to turn with gritted teeth. Chu Qingqing suffered the same, looking in pain and crying out from the torment, as something was being pulled away. Heavenly Sovereign, it's me you want. Leave her out of this. My word is my bond. Miss Chu will be free, but I need to take something first. Heavenly Sovereign smiled, his eyes shining golden. A prismatic glow shone out of Chu Qingqing and flew in the sky, vanishing inside the huge eye. That's, yes, 9 Serenity's path you left on her. Heavenly Sovereign explained. Chu Qingqing fell limp on the ground, pale and weak. Zhuofan was worried and Heavenly Sovereign mollified. Worry not. I only want the path, not her life. She just needs some rest. Though after I reborn the world, I can't promise she'd survive, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign, isn't the path for the owner to decide? That's for common people. I am Heavenly Sovereign and my 10th stage Divine Eye of the Void, Void Abyss, can take anything, even a sovereign path. Heavenly Sovereign chuckled at his confusion. Of course, if she had a sovereign strength, it might have been harder. But this is all she amounts to. Next up is you, my little brother, ha ha ha. Chapter 1295, Mortal Domain's Collapse. In a study on the mortal domain, Wu Randong leaned back in his chair with a big grin. Ever since Sword Star Empire fell, he had been free of struggles, only needing to handle some business matters. His only mission remaining was to wait for Zhuofan's signal. Pa! A sudden explosion startled him and turned around. A hung jade plaque broke into 5 pieces and fell. The book fell from his hands and Wu Randong roared, Guard! What is it, master? What are your orders? The guard bowed, baffled. Wu Randong took a deep breath to calm down. Let all the land's array grandmaster assemble to start the array. Yes. The guard left, and Wu Randong went to the 5 pieces to trace them with worry. Palace Lord said to start the large array when the soul plaque broke. He must have been in big trouble to use this last move. Palace Lord, may you be safe. Wu Randong's hand tightened. 3 days later, in Sword Star Empire's X-Thunder Pavilion, 24 array grandmasters gathered, all 11th grade and up. Wu Randong rushed over, seeing Wu Qingqiu having come with Shangguan Qingyan, and the other big names of the mortal domain. Sir Wu, did something happen to Zhuofan? Is Devil Palace on the move? Wu Qingqiu asked with Shangguan Qingyan nodding. Zhuofan and father are in sacred domain. Did something bad happen? I don't know either. Wu Randong shook his head. Palace Lord only left a soul plaque behind with a trace of his soul. He said that the moment he made it break, the matter is dire. We need to activate the recoil array at once. We will know what exactly happened after we activate it. We'll ask Palace Lord himself. Shangguan Qingyan and the others nodded, filled with worry. Wu Randong looked at the sky and roared. It's noon. Time to activate the array. The 24 array grandmasters made their signs and correlated with the other array masters around the whirlwind tunnels around the domain to activate the arrays. A huge ripple flashed before beams shot from the Thunder Pavilion into the heavens. The other 7 whirlwind tunnels shot their own beam as well. Rumble, everything wouldn't stop shaking, with the huge pillars of light acting as weapons as they broke the heavens. In the sky above the Mirror Moon Cottage, the huge eye was rumbling along with the heavens around it. Zhuofan's eyes gleamed. Sword Sovereign asked, "What is that?" Under all the shaking and rumbling, the force squeezing on Zhuofan faded. The sky all around sported creaks as they slowly spread in all directions, threatening to break Heavenly Sovereign's hold on this slice of the world. "The mortal domain is stirring." Heavenly Sovereign snapped his head to Zhuofan. "Do you really think some rotten mongrels will be able to save your pathetic life, little brother? I'm the victor here, me. You won't stop me from cleansing the world." Zhuofan could tell the collapse of the mortal domain had severe repercussions on Heavenly Sovereign's aura. He had lost his previous calm, becoming crazed, even mad, despite walking down the path of the void of emptiness. "Mortal domain?" Sword Sovereign asked. "Are those 3 beasts itching? A pity the 5 sacred weapons are in the sacred domain, or I would have gone back to set them straight. Should I stop them? The ruination of the mortal domain means destroying the source of your power." Heavenly Sovereign gnashed his teeth. For the first time ever, there was something else painted on his face besides the insufferable calm. "Go now. Stop the beasts from breaking. Stop the mortal domain's collapse. I can feel the bewitching acting up. I won't be able to hold it back much longer. I need to enter seclusion fast, but not before I deal with you." He turned to Zhuofan with the madness in his eyes growing. While Sword Sovereign shot towards the closest whirlwind tunnel, Zhuofan found himself under an even heavier pressure than before. His bones creaked, his mind barely hanging on. Despite being forced to increase his cultivation to peak saint stage, thanks to the reckless experimenting with the paths, he could boost himself to half sovereign for a while. But even he couldn't predict the side effects. Death would be a high possibility, as well as the volatile paths clashing together could go out of balance at any moment. He was set, ready to take Heavenly Sovereign on if he had to or leave. Zhuofan's eyes darted around, on Chu Qingqing and Sword Child. The latter caught his gaze and nodded as Zhuofan looked between him and Qingqing, inching towards the girl without getting Heavenly Sovereign's attention. "If you want them so much, take them," Zhuofan shouted and shuddered. He coughed blood as he pulled 2 prismatic glows from his very being, fighting hard not to collapse under the strain. The prismatic glows shone in his hands, and threw them at the heavenly eye in the sky. Heavenly Sovereign paused, trying to recenter himself while also keeping Zhuofan locked, debating for a moment whether the 2 prismatic glows warranted attention. He settled on letting the heavenly eye absorb them. The pause proved fatal, as the 2 paths crossed just before the heavenly eye, releasing a black energy of terrifying strength. "No!" Heavenly Sovereign panicked. "Curse you!" He swore, and his right eye flashed in 12 golden rings, so that the heavenly eye absorbed them before the paths went critical. The huge eye shook and dimmed as the paths entered it, with the black energy persisting around it. "Got you," Zhuofan smirked, but it soon froze on his face as he noticed the sky's cracks healing, albeit slowly. The only visible damage he made was the black energy eating away at the eye, but even that was minimal. "I have to thank you for that, little brother." Heavenly Sovereign's confident voice echoed. Gone was the anger and exasperation he showed before. "I knew you were going to help me in the end. You gambled and lost. By sending out the emotion path, I stabilized her accursed bewitching." Boom! The heavy explosions sounded from a distance, proving the power behind them was astonishing. "And Sword Heart is doing well, I hear." Heavenly Sovereign smirked. "Like I said, little brother, all plans are in the open when you reach my level. The tricks you're pulling are nothing in the great scheme of things." Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. "Damn it! Why did I choose that one?" "I wouldn't be so sure." A charming, yet icy voice reached their ears as a pink glow tinted the sky. Chapter 1296. Stalling. Boom! As the shaking grew stronger, Black cracks spread across the sky. Shangguan Qingyan was shaking in worry. What kind of array did Zhuofan tell you to activate? Why does it look different from the ones he used? It's hundreds of times stronger. The world is about to be destroyed. I don't know either. Palace Lord only told me how to activate it. Wu Randong was clueless but determined. Don't worry, Palace Lord won't harm us. Once the array finishes, we can just look for him. Shangguan Qingyan nodded. Despite the huge changes, they still went with it for they trusted Zhuofan. He always did something for a reason. The three sacred beasts noticed the sudden changes. In the All-Beast mountain range, Kuanping looked at the 8 pillars of light. He met Heavenly Sovereign, and all the suspicion he had on us is removed. He now needs our help. After years of planning, we're about to attack. It all comes down to who the final winner is, ha ha ha. Spiritual beasts of All-Beast mountain range. I, vaulting Kuanping, am leaving to fight for the world's survival. Kuanping spread his arms and roared. The shivering spiritual beasts lowered their heads before him. In the Ultimate Clarity sect, where Decimating Dragon Ancestor was kept, he looked excited as well. Is the mortal domain finally breaking? But then he recalled Zhuofan's last trick and slumped back. Humph, getting thrilled for nothing. Those humans are nothing but ungrateful bastards, caring only about themselves and leaving me here in misery. I won't fall for it a second time and get disappointed. Maybe I should raise another human to activate this array completely? But after all these years, not one human I found is useful. Zhuofan read him like a book and told Wu Qingqiu to make this place forbidden, so he would not see even a ghost about. When he took Yilin, he at least had a choice, but that was now gone as well. If he knew he'd slap Zhuofan to death. I'm here using all I have to help and you're burying me instead? What gives? Is this a game to you? Zhuofan wasn't to blame though. Since they weren't kin, he needed to know the savage beast's intentions first. What would he do if the beast would have run amok the minute they got out? In North Sea, Heaven's Sealing Cao sent huge waves as he came out to look at the sky. Cao's lone eye blinked, sneering. Another human wants to go to the sacred domain? The kid had to go either way. Or he'd be just waiting for the big guys to come take his life. As for the others, they must be bored to death. The sacred domain has many powers. You're a lord here, but an ant up there. Ha ha ha. So go and die to your heart's content. Cao sunk back beneath the icy waters. Boom! The heavens shifted as the 8 pillars grew stronger with the array grandmasters shifting their gestures. The other 7 world-wide tunnels turned into 7 meteors and converged on Thunder Pavilion. The power of the pillars united, and the pillar from the Thunder Pavilion exploded in size and power. The heavens couldn't take the pressure and broke apart, revealing a large pitch-black abyss, with cracks extending in all directions as pieces crumbled. All of heaven was peeled away like an egg. The pillar kept expanding, forcing Shangguan Qingyan's group back. The pillar grew so fast it enveloped them, and the sky boomed once more. Once everything settled, the people looked up in shock. The sky was now all black, an abyss without survival. What have we done? The sky is gone. Shangguan Qingyan gaped. Wu Randong was just as shocked. Why is it like this? Just what is this array Palace Lord has placed? Look there. The sky is back. They all looked to see the sky healing and become its usual blue self. Cao was dumbstruck, with his lone eye flashing in immense joy. The mortal domain's barrier is gone at last. Heavenly Sovereign's realm is broken. I can see the real sky, the sacred domain, ha ha ha. With a boom, Cao slapped with his claws and shot into the sky, breaking the North Sea's barrier and reaching out. His huge body shifted and became a pudgy old man, flying around like a child. The array broke Heavenly Sovereign's barrier and damaged space. But due to the world's laws, it will heal. However, once it does, the mortal domain and sacred domain will be one. This place is no longer the mortal domain, ha ha ha. Vaulting Kuanping shoot up as well. Decimating Dragon Ancestor was stumped then exploded in joy, as he turned into a golden fiery dragon that circled the area before withdrawing all the flames to turn into a middle-aged man in golden robes. I'm out at last. Rotten brat, I'll get you for toying with me, mark my words. Humph. Whoosh, Dragon Ancestor vanished. The 3 sacred beasts were free from their prison, now looking for Zhuofan. A sudden low rumble echoed from all around, catching the attention of the sacred beasts. One of the whirlwind tunnels dimmed, and then stopped altogether, causing the sky to try and patch up, resulting in a dark hole. Kung Peng's voice cut through the tension. No! Someone's messing with the array. He hurried in that direction, shooting through the air at top speed. The decimating dragon ancestor and CAO, sensing the change in the array, followed suit, moving towards the disturbance. Having just tasted freedom, the sacred beasts weren't willing to risk being trapped again, not even at the risk of death. Sword Sovereign hovered near the sealed whirlwind tunnel, looking up at the sky. I managed to slow down the mortal domain's collapse, but it's not enough. I need to seal the others to make sure it won't break. The sky is trying to heal, but it's just a temporary fix from sealing one tunnel. He glanced towards the approaching sacred beasts. Can't let them slow me down. Any delay will make Heavenly Sovereign's situation worse. Sword Sovereign dashed towards another whirlwind tunnel, determined to do what needed to be done. Chapter 1297 Escape. The trio of sacred beasts reached the sealed whirlwind tunnel simultaneously, finding it cut off from supplying the array with the vital energy that accelerated the mortal domain's inevitable collapse. The air was charged with tension as they faced this unexpected obstacle. CAO, with a commanding presence, was the first to break the silence. It's Sword Sovereign. He utilized the heaven-sealing sword art to seal this whirlwind tunnel. He must be targeting the others. I can undo the seal, but it will take time. The two of you must collaborate and delay Sword Sovereign from sealing the remaining tunnels. Decimating Dragon Ancestor, his eyes narrowing with distrust, voiced his objection. No way in hell. I won't work with this traitor. His gaze shot daggers at Kung Peng. Kung Peng, however, remained steadfast in his conviction, urging, You can and will, whether you like it or not. Our escape hinges on it, as does the fate of the world. Time is of the essence. We must intercept Sword Sovereign now. Taking charge, Kung Peng soared off in the direction of Sword Sovereign, leaving decimating Dragon Ancestor torn between conflicting emotions, unsure whether to aid or stand his ground. CAO, sensing the urgency, shouted to the reluctant Dragon Ancestor, We don't have time for this, old dragon. Go. Grumbling under his breath, Dragon Ancestor begrudgingly took flight, catching up to Kung Peng while expressing his discontent. This isn't over. I'll settle the score for your betrayal of Thunder Phoenix, after we're free of the mortal domain. Seizing the moment, Kung Peng waited for Dragon Ancestor to draw nearer before strategizing. I'll fill you in on everything later. Since Sword Sovereign will need time to seal the next whirlwind tunnel, we'll intercept him there. The plan is to stall him, giving CAO enough time to catch up, ensuring the mortal domain is doomed with Sword Sovereign powerless to intervene. Arriving at yet another whirlwind tunnel, Sword Sovereign swiftly launched a razor-sharp sword wave, determined to seal it promptly. As he surveyed the surroundings, he mused, Those beasts won't allow me to roam freely for long. I must move swiftly. Casting a glance at the sky, he observed the gradual return of its blue hue, a stark contrast to the previous abyss of black. Just as he prepared to advance towards the next tunnel, the unexpected duo of decimating Dragon Ancestor and Kung Peng intercepted him. Sword Sovereign, flanked on both sides, surveyed his adversaries with a confident yet disdainful gaze. You're out, I see, but not for long. Heavenly Sovereign will return you to your prison soon. Dragon Ancestor snarled defiantly. No one's locking me up again. Once I deal with you, I'll take it out on Heavenly Sovereign. Kung Peng, with a sense of urgency, declared, I believe the time for talking is over. Let's dispose of him quickly and break Heavenly Sovereign's hold on the mortal domain. With a swift motion, he conjured an azure fireball, transforming it into a majestic azure bird that soared straight for Sword Sovereign. Unfazed, Sword Sovereign drew a white sword, effortlessly sending a casual yet powerful azure sword wave that effortlessly neutralized Kung Peng's attack. Communicating with Dragon Ancestor, Kung Peng strategized. We have to strike him together. He's using sword arts based on our powers to cancel them. In response, Dragon Ancestor unleashed a scorching golden fire, met by Sword Sovereign's counter of a golden and searing sword wave. As the clash unfolded, Kumping seized the opportunity, launching another azure attack that caught Sword Sovereign off guard, forcing him into a defensive stance. Despite their combined efforts, the two beasts found themselves puzzled by their inability to harm Sword Sovereign. Kumping analyzed the situation. Something's not right. We should be winning here. With him weakened without his sovereign path, we should have the upper hand. Why can't we hurt him? Undeterred, Dragon Ancestor raved. Who cares? Just give it everything you have. His arms ablaze with golden flames, he unleashed a formidable assault on Sword Sovereign. Not one to miss an opening, Kumping, knowing the challenges posed by Heavenly Sovereign alone, readied his azure-charged palms, ready to strike at the slightest sign of Sword Sovereign's vulnerability. Despite their coordinated efforts, Sword Sovereign, now only a half-sovereign without his path, proved impervious to their attacks. He skillfully maneuvered toward the next whirlwind tunnel, effortlessly sealing it while evading their strikes. Kumping exclaimed in frustration, "It's the mortal domain! We're still cut off from the sacred domain's rich spiritual energy, unable to use our full power." As Sword Sovereign poised to move towards the fourth tunnel, he picked up on Heavenly Sovereign's erratic aura, growing more unstable by the second. He could no longer mind the sacred beasts and the mortal domain, opting to go to Heavenly Sovereign's aid. Using two sword waves as a distraction, Sword Sovereign swiftly retreated from the beasts, leaving the mortal domain before they could catch up. Dragon Ancestor grumbled, "What now? We can't catch him with the mortal domain still holding strong." Kumping proposed, "Let's remove the seals and escape. Then, we'll find Juefan and put an end to Heavenly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign once and for all." It took a considerable amount of time for Cao to catch up after unsealing the first tunnel, having dealt with the others. Upon learning of their futile attempts against Sword Sovereign, he growled, "I still have a debt to settle with him, but we need to escape first." The people of the mortal domain were baffled by the changed sky, but then they noticed the thick spiritual energy flooding everywhere. They sucked in without qualms, and their yuan qi soared to new heights. What's happening? I'm advancing. So am I. Me too. With the broken barrier, the people of the mortal domain grew excited, tasting the thick spiritual energy of the sacred domain. In just a few moments, all of the mortal domain's cultivators advanced again and again. The fresh, radiant cultivators of yesterday were now in the ethereal stage, making it feel like it was all a dream. They didn't realize that this was what they should have had, for they had been forced to starve for ages. Chapter 1298, Forlorn Hope. Heavenly Sovereign's right eye shone in 12 golden halos, while his left flickered with purple lightning, glaring at the empty sky. Sword Child cried, "Who can barge into Heavenly Sovereign's world?" Wuxia, familiar figure, appeared before them, her cold eyes glaring at Heavenly Sovereign. "Yu, Miss Yu," Juefan cried. Chu Qingqing rejoiced at newfound hope. But why was she so strong? How did she enter Heavenly Sovereign's domain? Bailey Yu looked at the weary Juefan. "I'm not Bailey Yu, I'm Emotion Sovereign. I'm using her body to save them." "Save them? You dare talk big using a trace of your soul to take over a mortal's body? You're nowhere near strong enough." Heavenly Sovereign mocked. "This is my world, not yours. What can you possibly do? You don't even have your path, only a half-sovereign at best." Emotion Sovereign smirked and looked at the huge eye. "My path is right there. You call the path I stole with my void path yours? All the more reason why you'll lose it." Emotion Sovereign gave a taunting look. "Heavenly Sovereign, remember your fall? Heaven has emotion, and it will pierce everything. You fell for my bewitching, and spent all the following ages in this abode without stepping a foot outside. You were afraid of the world's energy infecting yours, and ruining the heartless heavenly Tao you hold so dear." Heavenly Sovereign raged. "That was a cheap blow you did when I was weakened from fighting the others. If not for my unworthy little brother's help from the shadows, you'd never have succeeded. Moreover, I reduced you to a mere trace, only hanging on with the help of your path. Once Sword Sovereign is back, You'll have nothing to be smug about. It's no boasting but fact. My emotion path is the bane of your heartless heavenly Tao. Once void path has emotion, it can no longer be empty. You worked hard in removing all human emotions to cultivate the void path. And when emotion seeps back in, demise is nigh. I still have your emotion path, emotion sovereign. You lost. We'll see. The crux is if you can remove the bewitching with it. Heavenly Sovereign grew dark. Emotion Sovereign smirked as she made a sign. A pink glow spread throughout the sky. The huge eye shuddered, and its aura grew weaker as the black energy ate more at the eye. Humph, you had taken my path, but have yet to absorb it. I can still control it. I will have emotion reach its peak, and infect your void path, and ruin your heartless heavenly Tao cultivation. Think again. Heavenly Sovereign shouted, making a sign to have the huge eye shone brighter to overcome her influence, and the black energy eating away at it. My void path is the righteous way of the world. I can't be infected. You're just a trace relying on a puny human to steal a sovereign path. How long do you think you can hold? In a minute, you'll die without a trace. Die? Zhuo Fan looked in shock at Bailey Yu. Is she Emotion Sovereign's vessel or more than enough? Emotion Sovereign turned to Zhuo Fan. I'll stall him for a minute. Run. No, I have a better idea. Zhuo Fan smirked with an evil glint in his eyes. Heavenly Sovereign sneered. Your minute will be wasted. Zhuo Fan's cool voice pierced both of their ears. I'll have to disagree. All the paths on him were hovering around, like shining prismatic globes of mystical power and knowledge. You'll find this place to be your tomb instead. He used the short minute. He had to bring the paths closer to each other, one at a time. With every added path, it unleashed a stronger and more terrible aura of destruction and annihilation. Zhuo Fan fought hard to keep it under control, using all his strength to not let it blow in his face, or before its time. Finding that the power at play here was beyond what he could wield, he thought of a better way of finishing Heavenly Sovereign. He worked to send the mingled paths at the heavenly eye as they lashed out with terrifying power, at an increased pace, wanting to destroy the skill and Heavenly Sovereign with the backlash. No, not this again. The same trick won't work twice. Heavenly Sovereign panicked, finding it hard to deal with Emotion Sovereign's interference, as well as the destructive power unleashed from the premature combination of just two paths. Adding all the others to the mix would spell doom. Even he didn't believe he could withstand the sheer destructive power they unleashed. This was not a power belonging to the Sovereign stage to begin with, but a step above, that of the Supreme stage. If that thing hit the heavenly eye, it wouldn't just destroy it and ruin everything. He would take the brunt as well. It will make all his efforts be in vain. All that planning for this moment for eons gone down the drain. Heavenly Sovereign growled. You think you have me where you want it, is that it, little brother? His following action left everyone in shock. A pink glow shone brightly from the heavenly eye, letting Emotion Sovereign wrest her path from the eye with ease. Having one of the problems deal with, he could focus on countering Zhuo Fan's reckless and insane gamble, with a gamble of his own. Heavenly Sovereign shouted as he made a sign, Void Seal. The heavenly eye shone in tune with his right eye in 7 golden rings, striking at the incoming chaotic and berserk amalgamation of paths with a ripple in space. Upon contact, it wrapped around the paths and between them, forming akin to a bubble to keep them from mingling further, and unleashing devastation upon them all. It worked. Ha ha ha. Thank you for giving them to me willingly, little brother. He glanced at Emotion Sovereign to see her in pain. Didn't you come for your path? How does it feel to have it in a mortal shell? I bet it's you who'll only have a minute to live now. Zhuo Fan paled and slumped to his knees, feeling all was lost. Chapter 1299, Out on a Limb. Sword Child took the chance of Heavenly Sovereign's gloating to grab Qingqing and fly next to Zhuo Fan. Father, what do we do? Isn't there anything we can use to flee? We'll figure a way to finish Heavenly Sovereign later, since he's taken in by some bewitching. Zhuo Fan had a dead look in his eyes. Reflecting in them was the failing Bailey Yu's body and the victorious Heavenly Sovereign. I thought since having two paths clashing almost broke his skill, then all the paths would be sure to take him down. Heavenly Sovereign caught on his word, smirking. My dear little brother, this is what happens when you're messing with things beyond your understanding. The power of the combined paths is that of utter destruction, a force worth of a supreme, the one standing above a sovereign. Of course you can't control it. He didn't get to gloat for long, for sharp cracks resounded in all directions, bringing everyone's attention to the seemingly sealed paths. The bubble of space around the paths warped and swelled, then shrank at times. Despite them being contained, it only worked to bring the paths closer to fusing, closer to each other. Deep in the center of it all, a strange and dark power of annihilation grew with tremendous speed. The earlier sounds didn't come from the failing barrier, but the lashing power surges from inside it, working its way to higher and higher levels. It was like a ticking time bomb, ready to blow up and take everyone there down with it. Heavenly Sovereign panicked. Damn it! My path can't contain it still. He fled at top speed in the opposite direction. He dispelled the heavenly eye, taking the other path Zhuofan launched at it within himself. Emotion Sovereign knew time was of the essence, and jumped in front of Zhuofan, Chu Qingqing and Sword Child in the nick of time. The darkness inside the special bubble grew so much, it could no longer be contained. A blackness thick as death was unleashed, yet there was no explosion. It flooded the world in all directions with nothing standing in its way. Be it the heavens, air, and the earth itself, none could withstand it as it ate its way through everything. It lashed out with such speed it caught onto Heavenly Sovereign. Curses, little brother. You just had to put in so many paths. Shift. The skill sent him hundreds of miles away, buying him precious seconds as he never stopped speeding away from death itself. Despite it all, the abyss caught up one too many times, despite throwing all the skills he knew at it. It still brushed his sleeve, just as his shift was a fraction of a second too slow to deploy. Just that mere brush, and Heavenly Sovereign felt a sudden emptiness in his left hand. He looked over to find it not there, only a mass of blackness creeping all the way up to his shoulder. Gah! Heavenly Sovereign grunted, moving with swiftness and precision as he cut his arm off completely and flew away at double speed. He felt no pain as his hand was eaten away, no numbness, no nothing. The blackness was all-consuming and undeniable. He held his bleeding left shoulder, sweating hard as he strained to outlive the most dangerous power that existed. When he finally saw the abyssal waves slowing down, he could finally breathe more easily, giving him time to calm down and assess. Don't die on me, little brother, not before I take you for everything you owe me. He gave the mass of darkness a fearful yet excited look. So this is the power of a supreme. There's no denying its appeal. I have to have it. The paths are undoubtedly safe, indestructible, but there's no telling how long this black mass will persist, in keeping me away from taking them. In the moment Emotion Sovereign went to shield Zhuofan, Chu Qingqing and Sword Child, the black mass struck. Zhuofan cried with worry. Yu, Miss Yu. Chu Qingqing teared up. I've used my path to shield you from the black wave. I won't be able to hold much longer. I can only hope Sovereign Yun makes it in time. Zhuofan gasped. Sovereign Yun? But I saw him die in the mortal domain. But his will lives on. Emotion Sovereign gave a flat look despite Yuyu's body breaking down by the second. Seeing the dead expression on Yuyu's usually expressive face struck a chord in Zhuofan. He then glanced at the weary Chu Qingqing, from having the 9 Serenities path pulled out of her, and the scared Sword Child, his eyes darting from the all-encompassing blackness to the shrinking prismatic shield around them. It dawned on him that he was utterly powerless, a pawn for the truly powerful to toy with him, and his as they wished. Miss Yu. Chu Qingqing's cry snapped him to attention, noticing the prismatic glow having shrunk so much it left Yuyu's hand out, as the other 3 were huddled closer in the ever-closing space with the looming death moments from taking them as well. Boom echoed from somewhere above them, and the 4 looked up to see faint glittering white lights working hard to make their way to them. Sovereign Yun's starfall. But for every one of the 10 sovereign paths, one needs a certain mindset to use it. Taking over some random body won't be enough. The emotion path will need the pinnacle of emotion, true and pure emotion. That's the only way for you to last for so long and control your emotion path. So that means the body you're using. Zhuofan trailed off. Has deep emotions for you, Zhuofan. Bailey Yu was willing to die for you. Emotion Sovereign added on her stale tone with that flat look, making him uneasy. Zhuofan shivered, looking at the faint stares and the hint of prismatic in them. And this is Sovereign Yun's path. His mindset is for the people of the world, which means there must be a direct descendant to be in tune with his Tao heart. It can only mean Shuang'er. But for her to unleash so much of its power, at Sovereign Yun's level, then she too, Zhuofan choked, unable to finish, would gladly sacrifice herself for you. Emotion Sovereign completed. But why would they go so far for me? I never returned their feelings. Zhuofan's voice quivered. Such is love, as well as the strength of the human path. Whoosh, as the last of the stars faded just near the shrinking barrier. A blinding white light shone behind them, breaking through the black wave, and into Emotion Sovereign's shield covering the three. Don't worry, this is Sovereign Yun's star path. You will turn into stars and escape from here. The blackness won't be able to touch you. Sword Child and Chu Qingqing were carried away first, but Zhuofan hesitated. Senior, is this your wish or you use? This girl isn't a fool to pay so much for another girl's man. I bewitched her to control her body. It's despicable, but it's all for the greater good. Farewell, Zhuofan. As the white curtain of light faded behind Zhuofan, Bailey Yu's dead expression vanished, swallowed by the darkness along with Emotion Sovereign's last trace. Chapter 1300 Erased. Sword Sovereign was rattled as the whole domain shook. Then he saw it, the black wave spreading as far as the eye could see in all directions, with nothing standing in its way. What made it worse, it came from Mirror Moon Cottage. He rushed at full speed towards it, getting a sinking feeling the nearer he got. The black mass, now slowing down, felt utterly unnatural, like it wasn't of this world. Sword Sovereign couldn't fight the foreboding feeling for long, and was forced to give it a wide berth, having sensed Heavenly Sovereign's location. As he traveled, he noticed how the black mass simply ate everything in its path, with not the slightest sign of activity coming from within. He did send a probing sword wave at it, but the reaction he got was alarming. It just vanished upon contact. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. The unease only grew at this. Since he couldn't make sense of it, he focused instead on reaching Heavenly Sovereign and getting a recount from him. With his speed, it didn't take very long before Heavenly Sovereign's figure appeared into his sight. But he noticed something was very wrong. Heavenly Sovereign only had one arm. At the Sovereign stage, flesh wounds could be healed easily, as the soul was the thing that truly mattered. It was also the thing in control of the path. For Heavenly Sovereign to be unable to heal meant that the damage had to have reached his soul. The question now was, could it be healed? Heavenly Sovereign snapped out of his brooding once Sword Sovereign appeared. Good, you're here. I need you to get to Heavenly Rebirth Lake before Zhuofan. I'm done taking any chances. He can't be allowed to regain his memories. His next action solidified the gravity of things, by giving Sword Sovereign his path back. He spoke while gazing at the black mass that seemed to swallow all light. This is the result of little brother attempting a rash fusion of 4 paths. Imagine the force all 10 paths combined could generate. Truly worthy of a supreme. Cleansing the world of humanity, and preserving Heavenly Tao couldn't be easier at that stage. Heavenly Sovereign's voice sounded eager at the end, and thrilled, recounting the entire event since Sword Sovereign had left to deal with the escaping sacred beasts. From Zhuofan throwing a volatile fusion of just 2 paths, almost destroying his heavenly eye, to Emotion Sovereign's interference and Zhuofan throwing the rest of his paths, to finally, his brush with death and missing arm. Sword Sovereign asked, "What about the bewitching? Is it still affecting you? Can you remove it?" Heavenly Sovereign looked bleak, with a hint of madness in his eyes. I did have my hands on the emotion path, but that dear little brother of mine meddled again. Now it's with the other paths within that black sea. Sword Sovereign glanced at his missing left arm. What about healing your arm? Is it possible to do anything about it? Heavenly Sovereign had a dark look. That's just it. It feels impossible. It's like my soul and very being are complete with the missing arm. It's as if I was born one-armed, and nothing could change that. Sword Sovereign gasped. The black energy is so destructive it erases the soul upon touch. I didn't feel anything when it happened. That was no sign cluing me that something was wrong. If not for me being wary and my quick action, little brother's plan would have worked. Heavenly Sovereign added, then turned grave. Sword Heart, stop wasting time. The reincarnation path is of the essence, as well as stopping Zhuofan from remembering. Go at once. Sword Sovereign spoke. But how could he have survived such power? Even you almost fell prey to it. Heavenly Sovereign sneered. If there's one thing little brother has always been good at, that is making a strong connection. I saw Emotion Sovereign shielding him before he escaped. And then there's Starfall, Sovereign Yun's attack. Sword Sovereign gasped. Sovereign Yun? But we saw him falling along with the rest of them all those ages ago. How could he have survived? Even if there's only a trace of him left, he still wouldn't be able to unleash enough power to save him. It wasn't him. For every one of the 10 sovereign paths, one needs a certain mindset to use it. Taking over someone's body won't work. Emotion path needs the pinnacle of emotion, true and pure emotion. That is the only way for Emotion Sovereign to last that short minute and control the emotion path like back then. Heavenly Sovereign continued. That means, the body she used had deep emotions for Zhuofan. The vessel was willing to die for him. Heavenly Sovereign turned pensive. In regard to Sovereign Yun, his mindset is for the people of the world. It can only be a direct descendant who is in tune with his Tao heart to wield his path. But they also had to have the heart to sacrifice themselves for Zhuofan to unleash so much of its power, at Yin Sovereign's level. But why does this kid have so many willing to die for him? Sword Sovereign sighed. This must be the human path's strength. Also, he paused. You know very well your little brother's grace. Heavenly Sovereign said. That's why he diverged on his journey towards the heavenly Tao, pulled towards the human path. Then turned grave. Now enough talking. While I'll make another domain for myself before I let the bewitching infect me further. You are to go and get me the final path before Zhuofan does. Damn it! Now I'm stuck waiting once more. I need to wait for the Black Sea to recede before taking the emotion path, and the rest before I can begin cleansing the world. Chapter 1301 Pain of Loss. Whoosh! Through the curtain of starry lights, Sword Child raced with Chu Qingqing to safety, sometimes looking back with confusion. How come the Black Sea hasn't caught up yet? I hope father is all right. He noticed that the star path was narrowing as he came to a stop. Neither he nor Zhuofan could do anything in a fight against Heavenly Sovereign or Sword Sovereign. The only saving grace was Emotion Sovereign coming in the nick of time, to save them from a terrible power, the likes he had never seen. While the power was the result of his father's absolutely reckless attempt at taking down Heavenly Sovereign, it also blew up in their face. The first of the sovereigns, the strongest in history, was even forced to flee for his life. It was an absolute miracle they got out alive from that horrendous power. Wiping his brow in relief, he calmed down and noticed his surroundings, which had Dan Qingshun among a group of people. What are they doing here? Sword Child rushed over. Why are you guys here? Run quickly or you're going to die. He glanced waringly at the Black Sea, hoping it wouldn't jump on them and swallow them into the endless abyss. The other side, Sword Child asked. What's wrong with all of you? Miss Schwanger had set up an array and perished within it, soul and all. Dan Qingshun pointed at the sacred stones disintegrating on the ground, placed in key points inside an intricate array. Sword Child started. She perished? Why? She said she'll save Steward Zhua. She turned into bright motes of light inside the array, forming the curtain of light you had just used to arrive. Sword Child shuddered. She made the path of starlight to save father and us. But this is not the time for lament. All of us must run away from here before Heavenly Sovereign comes after us. Heavenly Sovereign? He's alive. Why else do you think I've been fleeing for my life? What about Steward Zhua? Father was right behind us. He should come out any minute now. Once he does, we'll get to the safety of Luo clan and tell you everything that happened. Let's just get to safety first. Sword Child said. We need to survive to fight. We'll think of something later. Sword Child held the weakened Chu Qingqing by himself with anxiety, as he waited for Zhuofan to come out from the shrinking light curtain. Dan Qingshun's group turned to the starlight with worry as well. Big Brother Zhua. A familiar voice reached Zhuofan among the stars. He opened his eyes to find light everywhere, amidst the encroaching darkness. He then noticed a figure smiling back in a white dress. Shuang'er. Zhuofan looked pained at her translucent image. Was it Sovereign Yan's plan? Shuang'er nodded with a bright smile. Zhuofan sighed. Why did you do it? He was your ancestor. But this is a battle between ancient experts. It had nothing to do with you. They only had their eyes on me. And I can't escape, so why must you become their pawn too? I did it on my own volition. You wanted this? Zhuofan raised his eyebrows. Then he nodded. Oh, the Yin clan always puts the people first. Heavenly Sovereign just told me he wants to remake the world. Shuang'er, you'd never allow all those people to suffer for it. But was it worth it? Sacrificing yourself to save one life for the good of the world? Big Brother Zhua, once the end of the world come, won't I go along with it? It's not the same. No matter the outcome, you just shouldn't help if it meant always sacrificing yourself. What difference would that be to you when you won't see the world again in both cases? There is. This way, at the very least, I know there will be someone around to watch over it in my stead. There wouldn't be much of a world without you in it, Big Brother Zhua. Shuang'er gave a sweet smile. Zhuofan patted her head. Shuang'er, you haven't changed a bit after all this time. I promised you back in Tianyu's war that I will do all I can to save the people, and I won't fail you. But I can't bear the thought of losing you as well. I already lost you, Yuan. Shuang'er took his hand from her head and leaned her cheek into it. I wanted to do this, Big Brother Zhua, for you. I know Sister Yu did it for the very same reasons. She noticed the starlight was shrinking faster and pulled back to let him go. Zhuofan brushed past her. He formed hasty signs, trying all methods he could think of to save her as well, but nothing worked. He knew that Shuang'er was now but a trace bound to fade away into nothingness. This was their final meeting. However, he wasn't one to quit even when the odds were impossible or stacked against him. And yet deep down, he knew he would never see her again. Zhuofan went through the starry path when Shuang'er spoke again. This is as far as I can take you. Look after the world, this beautiful place. Zhuofan's heart shook. If she was being honest with herself, Shunager hadn't done it out of the goodness of her heart, to save the people per Sovereign Yun's wishes. It was mostly for him. He was the one that helped her see the world, not the people. She sacrificed herself for me, Shuang'er. Zhuofan shouted, but he watched the light behind him being swallowed by the Black Sea, a crushing darkness. Behind him, her holy figure was slowly eaten away by the encroaching sea, yet unable to rob her of that innocent and loving smile. I thought I had a big heart, only caring about the safety of the world, and I still thought the same up until the moment of carrying Ancestor Yun's mission. Only now do I realize that I was selfish. My heart is, and has always been unable to hold more than one single person. Shuang'er faded as she watched Zhuofan go. Sister Chuchu was right. We're all frail, unable to see the world. Our hearts and gazes have all been stolen by one man. Farewell, Big Brother Zhua. Whoosh, the holy light burst, and a prismatic light rose high above, mystical and majestic, the star path, soon to be swallowed by the abyss. Chapter 1302. To Luo Clan, who the thick spiritual energy flooded the surroundings of the mortal domain cultivators, making them sit down on the spot to cultivate at this incredible opportunity. A month later, Wu Qingqiu and the others ignored everything as they cultivated at the Thunder Pavilion. They opened their eyes to find themselves stronger than invincible sword of before. What did the array do? Everyone looked around with joy. Wu Qingqiu teared up. This doesn't feel like our home. It's like our entire world changed. Zhuofan had been obsessed with this array for a century. But what did it actually do? It's just incredible. Wu Randong stood up looking grave. Palace Lord said that this array will connect two worlds, that they would combine at its activation. All this incredible spiritual energy we're enjoying comes from the other side. The place with the Devil Mountain Zhuofan mentioned? Yes. Wu Randong was grave. Wu Qingqiu nodded with an excited look. This is why Devil Mountain disciples were all powerful. They had the best conditions. It's all thanks to Zhuo Fan that we now get to enjoy the same treatment when he joined the worlds. Wu Randong wasn't happy at all. I don't know for certain, but there has to be a good reason why Palace Lord had us wait for the very last moment until he gave us the signal to activate the array. The worlds might be one now, but we better go find Palace Lord to help him out. Right, we first got to find him. But, Wu Qingqiu frowned. Where do we start? Where do we go? Wu Randong considered. I had the disciples of the 5 lands spread out. With the worlds combining, there has to be common points that should point us the way. I hope so. Wu Qingqiu sighed. By the time we locate and reach the new boundary of this new world, Brother Zhuo might be gone. A blue figure flew high in the sky, going at incredible speed. An angry shout came. Damn coot traitor, stop right there. Whoosh, a golden flame startled the man in blue. Looking back, he threw an azure fire at the golden flame. Boom! The clash resulted in grand explosions of flames. The mighty power shook the heavens and broke the earth. The sky sported black holes for thousands of miles. Even peak saints weren't capable of such unbridled destruction. Whoosh, the two separated from the clash. What are you doing, you crazy old man? Kuenping cursed Dragon Ancestor. I've yet to pay you back from before. What did I do to you? Pay me what? For treason. Dragon Ancestor gnashed his teeth. If not for selling Thunder Phoenix out, we wouldn't have been stuck in the mortal domain for so long. With all our powers combined, combine our strengths? You think that's enough against Heavenly Sovereign? Kuenping cut him off with a sneer. Ignorant fool. You have no idea how bad things were last time. You're only standing here whining, you lummox. We are only able to survive because we tricked them. Thunder Phoenix sacrificed himself while we feign weakness. Dragon Ancestor blinked. Wait, a trick? What? Thunder Phoenix willingly sacrificed himself. I didn't sell anyone out. Dragon Ancestor shook, baffled. Is he out of his mind? Giving himself over to Heavenly Sovereign? He wasn't insane, but upright and honorable. To save everyone, he sacrificed himself. He saw it as honorable and worthwhile. What the hell do you know? Kuenping glared inside. Dragon Ancestor was completely taken aback, his rage deflated. A cold aura came over that snuffed out the remaining flames around. The two cried out, Cao. Ha ha ha. I'm tired of wandering the same North Sea. Now that Heavenly Sovereign's barrier is gone, I'm free to stretch my legs. Oh, don't mind me, duke it out, hee. The space warped and a one-eyed old man appeared with a grin. Kuenping sighed. Old dragon, Cao. Allow me to explain what happened while we go find Zhuo Fan. He had the restriction on the mortal domain removed, because he believes in us. He must have met with Heavenly Sovereign. We must save him before Heavenly Sovereign kills him, and all our suffering will be for naught. Kuenping flew away. TCH, to call hiding on a mountain torture. Dragon Ancestor huffed, but still chose to follow. They had a common enemy, and that took precedence over any betrayal. Cao shrugged as he joined them. They flew for 3 days, and arrived at the boundary of the mortal domain, which touched upon the sacred domain. They entered the new world, and Kuenping shrieked while Dragon Ancestor roared. Whoosh, birds flew over and dragons growled as they came in joy. Greetings, Sir Kuenping. Greetings, Dragon Ancestor. What about me? Cao felt sour being left out. Kuenping snickered. Cao, don't mind it. This isn't the sea, so your people aren't nearby. Right, then let's go to the sea. Would Zhuo Fan go there though? Decimating Dragon Ancestor glanced at the spiritual beasts and dragons. Listen up, we're looking for a human called Zhuo Fan. Find him at once. One dragon hesitated. Ancestor, is he the same Zhuo Fan the Luo clan have for a steward? He was indeed a steward of a tiny clan in the mortal domain. He looked to be enjoy his post too. Kuenping nodded. Do you know where he is? The dragon bowed. Ancestor, sirs, Steward Zhuo said he's your representative, and worked with us to attack sacred mountains. Oh, the punk knows how to steal authority. First he left us to rot, then he used our name? Preposterous. Dragon Ancestor raged. Where is that punk? I'll string him up and chop him to pieces. SSS the dragon started. He isn't ancestors' representative? Curses, he played us for fools. He had 2 sacred beasts, and one calling himself ancestors' inheritor, so we believed him. We even let them go to the dragonizing pool. We'll go right away and execute those liars. What liars? You can't tell sacred beasts' aura from fakes? That inheritor is really that old dragon's disciple. Kunpeng glanced at Dragon Ancestor. Dragon Ancestor nodded. It must be Yilin. They are indeed under me. I was just annoyed. But that doesn't mean you can go wild on them as you please. Lest you have actually grown tired of your heads and fancied removing them from your shoulders. Right. The dragon flinched and tensed. I never knew Ancestor likes to joke around. He almost scared me. Thank heaven I didn't try anything with those humans. You still haven't said where Zhuofan is. Take us there. Well, about that. The dragon hesitated. What is it this time? All that we know is that Steward Zhua hasn't been the same ever since he returned to the Luo clan. He's guarded around the clock, and no one can see him. Kunpeng growled. He'll see us, I'll make sure of that. Come on, we must get a grasp on the situation fast, before Heavenly Sovereign is up to no good. The other 2 nodded, and were ready to fly for the Luo clan at top speed. The dragon who spoke before hung his head, with eyes darting everywhere. There's also a potentially huge issue. Dragon Ancestor snapped, making the dragon flinch. Stop with your mewling and spit it out already. We're losing time here. Kunpeng added. What can it be more important than finishing off our greatest enemy? The dragon shrunk under the 3 sacred beasts' hard stares, unable to take their mighty auras, stronger than even his dragon sovereign. Well, it's just that a few weeks ago, a sudden blackness appeared out of nowhere that swallowed vast stretches of wilderness. We could get no reaction from it, not sensing any danger or anything that could help us understand its nature. But this all-encompassing blackness weighs heavy on any that gazes upon its vastness. The trio exchanged a worried and puzzled look. Kunpeng said, Since it's benign, we'll address the issue after we check up on Zhuofan. Handling Heavenly Sovereign takes priority. Chapter 1303 Anxiety. Young miss. The guard's salute fell on deaf ears as Luo Yinchang walked by them with distant gaze and morose features. How many times had she passed through this same bleak corridor? Same faded doors, same hard guards. She had lost count of today, not to mention of last month. The early frantic worry ebbed with the days into a sadness that could never leave her features no matter the occasion. Not that there were many happy occasions with the threat of Heavenly Sovereign cleansing the world. I.e., humans loomed ever nearer. Alas, to this young woman. One person plagued her mind and heart harder than anyone else, even Yunhai, who didn't want to admit it. She pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, and entered a brightly lit room from the sheer number of tall windows on every wall. From the lavish decorations and the soft silk strewn about in perfect harmony, it was a room fit for a queen. The centerpiece was a 4-poster bed, carved in sublime and delicate shapes to soothe one's dreams, draped over with sheer yet tantalizing silks. How is he? Luo Yinchang glanced at the bed, on the blank-faced man laying there, surrounded by girls all staring at him with worry and love. It was a man's dream come true, if he had a mind to enjoy it. Still no change. Came a sorrowful reply from her left. Shangguan Qingyan walked to Zhuofan's left side to wipe his brow. Luo Yinchang looked at the wooden face with empty eyes on the bed. Her own sorrow and worry joined with theirs as she stared. Come back to me, Zhuofan. She glanced around the room, at the bleak faces of Lei Yuding, Shangguan Qingyan, Shui Ronghua, Yongming, Taobao Yin'er and Chu Qingcheng, to us. The Luo clan and their allies were in battle with sacred mountains, when the sudden and devastating interference from 8 overpowered experts cut the bloody war short, unfortunately also taking her dear Zhuofan with them. Sword Child flew right after. The 2 sides were left hanging, but knew the war was not over. The Emperor lands would be unable to wrest fate, and the prized cultivation methods, from the hands of sacred mountains. Meanwhile, Sacred Mountains was barely hanging by a thread, saved by the grace of Shui Jing. They left to fall back to their precious mountains to lick their wounds. As Luo Yinchang waited for any news about Zhuofan's fate, she jumped as Sword Child carried Zhuofan over with fear painted on his face, with distraught Luo clan's elders and Chu Qingqing behind him. It soon became apparent, through frantic words and much distress, that Zhuofan nearly lost his life against the worst possible enemy, the strongest of the sovereigns, Heavenly Sovereign. From Sword Child recounting of the events, they all felt the pain of loss, with the cheerful and naive Schwanger was no longer there to liven the mood, or the company of the strict and blunt Yu. Luo Yinchang discovered then and there the pain Zhuofan went through, even if just a sliver. While the same thing had happened before, in Tianyu, this time proved to be too much for the cunning and ruthless devil. Seeing not just Yu, but the sweet Schwanger die before his very eyes must have crushed his soul. To make matters worse, there was no surviving having their souls ripped apart to nothing. He couldn't bring them back like last time. Through the course of the following month or so, the elders, stewards, and girls tried everything they could think of to wake Zhuofan up. He was not only their only hope at survival, but also their rock. Zhuofan liked to play dead so many times before, so Luo Yinchang always expected deep down he was somewhere out there, alive and well. But this time, she saw him so vulnerable, so helpless, that her heart bled for him along with the other girls. Through the following weeks, the other girls joined her, Yongning, and Chu Qingqing in watching over Zhuofan. For the first time ever, there was not a shred of jealousy among them, or centered on Chu Qingqing. They all had a common goal now, to help Zhuofan, the man they cared more than they do about themselves. Learning the mortal domain's barrier was now removed, she expected the rest of the Luo alliance to connect with their clan, finding a sliver of hope in the prospect that it might bear some fruition in alleviating Zhuofan's feeble state and the imminent threat of Heavenly Sovereign. Unfortunately, it did not help. Boom! How many times does that make it just this week alone? I swear, for the most powerful and wisest elders of the sacred domain, they're behaving like nothing more than a bunch of children. Luo Yinchang groaned. The naive princess replied to the obviously rhetorical question. Maybe they're letting off steam? They can do that outside, in the training fields, not in the meeting room. They should do it for all to see, and especially not in the building. We just had it repaired yesterday. Shangguan Qingyan wasn't the least bit amused. Luo Yinchang flung the door open with an ill temper. I told them 1,000 times to stop with the ruckus. They're disturbing Zhuofan. The mere mention of his name had the other girls hanging their heads, with even Yongning looking silent. The young miss of the Luo clan stormed by the guards, growing accustomed to her foul mood, especially when the elders were growing unchecked. While the entire clan honored, respected, and followed Luo Yinhai, their true clan head, they learned very early on that if they were to escape from Zhuofan's cruel torments, they'd do well to get in the Spitfire's good graces. This was why the guards stood extra sharp as she passed, saluting every single time, all the way to the meeting hall. Stand still already. Elder Chiu, stop. Shouts came from beyond, and Luo Yinchang felt a searing heat pass by her delicate features, while leaving a hole in the door. She peeked her head in, showing a thin and terrifying smile. I recall having told all of you to not speak loud enough to the point I can hear it outside. Her chilling gaze sent shivers down the spine of all there. Elder Chiu was sweating buckets as he made himself small, dodging behind his wife. Lung Wuchang looked up from under the hole in the wall, rejoicing at keeping his life intact. Young Miss Luo, we were only discussing how to deal with Heavenly Sovereign. You mean fawn over him so we could get in his good graces? Elder Chiu snapped. That won't work, and you know it. What else is there? We went through about every single reasonable way to handle him, but the guy is a damn sovereign. We need something radical. Yuming added. Oh, and this is much better than last proposition, using me for a honey trap? Elder Chiu's wife, Shui Qingjian, snarled, her hand hissing as the air grew colder around it. Since everyone's so lively, I think a round outside with Sword Child might do you good. Luo Yinchang pushed the shabby door and entered. That had the entire room snap to attention. Young Miss Luo, I don't think that would be necessary. Wu Qianqiu cupped his hands, though he couldn't hide his anxiety and fear. They had seen Sword Child's might back when he fought Gu Santong. He didn't know, or rather, he had no desire to hold back at all. Now that Zhuo Fan was unconscious, there was nothing holding the guy back. Just recalling the last time sent shivers down his spine. All of them, even the Sword Kings, came together to spar with Sword Child, after an infuriated Luo Yinchang blew a gasket, as if the top of the entire building had blown off. The result? Omitted for sanity reasons. Oh, you oldies want to go at it? It's been rather dull honing my edge all alone. Sword Child beamed as he popped out of nowhere, making the room flinch. Sister, I don't think that's necessary. Everyone's on edge, even more so nowadays. With Brother Zhuo's condition showing no improvement, with certain death ready to barge in at any moment. Luo Yunhai trailed from his seat, looking weary and drained. I know that. But they seem to have forgotten that it is Zhuo Fan, who is our only hope. This has been proven time and time again. Luo Yunchang softened somewhat. We all wish for him to return to us, to be just like before. No matter the danger or threat, he always came through for us. The least you can all do is keep it down. Her piercing eyes swept over the crowd, over the elders and the stewards alike. Chapter 1304 Uncrowned Sovereign. Father! Elder brother! The sudden shouts had them look towards the doors, now burst open by Gu Santong, Xiaoer and Yi Lin. Their auras clearly shone they were in the saint stage. Ouyang Chongqing lit up. Yi Lin, you've been enjoying yourself with the dragons by the looks of it. I ought to take a trip to the dragonizing pool as well. Get back. Yi Lin pushed him away, rushing to Luo Yunhai. Clan head, where is my elder brother? Why do all dragons say he's bedridden? Luo Yunhai sighed and patted his shoulder. Big brother Zhuo has a glimmer of hope but Shuanger and Miss Yu. They passed on to save Dad. Sword Child stepped up with a grave look. They leaned on a sovereign's path for a power boost and wrest Dad's weak soul from Heavenly Sovereign. They, however, couldn't withstand the power of a sovereign path and crumbled, soul and all. Yi Lin started and sighed. Xiaoer cried, recalling her good time with Bali Yu. The closest to her were Bailey Jingtian and Bailey Yulei. The three had gone with Zhuo Fan to Sacred Domain once their clan fell. But now, one of them was no more. Bailey Yulei saw her as his little sister, while Bailey Jingtian felt the pain of losing his relative. They had no hatred mixed in the sadness, for this was Bailey Yu's choice. Thunder Sword King, our revenge against Zhuo Fan is no longer important. Bailey Jingtian said. Frigid Rain Sword King is gone, and I feel a piece of me missing. We need to live in the moment, and have no regrets. Bailey Yulei nodded heavily. I don't know if Zhuo Fan's sovereign path had to do with it, but my eyes have opened up. I had spent a century obsessed with killing him, forgetting all the people around me, my father, you. My hatred didn't change even as the empire fell. Now that Frigid Rain Sword King is gone, I came to see that while hatred blinded me those 100 years, I failed to realize how many things I lost. Thunder Sword King, let's go home. I want to live my life in peace along with Father. His Majesty is at Drifting Flower City. Bailey Yulei said. We will find him there. Bailey Jingtian started. How do you know? Zhuo Fan told me. Bailey Yulei muttered. He knew your desire. But since you helped him, he looked after your family regardless of your intentions. His Majesty hasn't become a prisoner, rather, he is safely living in Tianyu. It was there where Zhuo Fan lived his quietest moments. He hoped that the past emperor would find peace as well. Bailey Jingtian felt ashamed. He did all this while I almost left Father to be forgotten. That's why. Zhuo Fan thinks of everything. He has his own path that brings people together, making them part of his power. Bailey Yulei smiled. Let's wait for Steward Zhuo to wake up. We'll help him in this fight, and then go see His Majesty. What do you say? Bailey Jingtian closed his eyes and nodded through tears. Get lost. Yi Lin was furious as he stormed outside. Who's shouting in the Luo clan? I am, what of it? A middle-aged in golden robes stood tall and majestic alongside two other. Gu Santong and Xiaoer could immediately tell who they were. As for Yi Lin, who was human, he didn't know dragon ancestors' human form, cursing instead. You got some nerve. Who are you to run wild in the Luo clan? Oh, you managed to spread your wings, brat, and now you're teaching me? Dragon Ancestor started, smiling at his disciple. Gu Santong and Xiaoer pulled Yilin back. Are you mental? You dare going after the three monsters? Kunping didn't care looking around. The most pressing matter was to find Zhuofan. Dragon Saints came as well and immediately kneeled. Ancestor, you're all right. We couldn't be more gratified to find you once more with us. Why, your master? Yilin cried out. Dragon Ancestor glared. Brat, I'll deal with you later. Where's Zhuofan? Come out already. Ancestor, a few days ago, Dragon Sovereign was butchered by 8 people. You have to set this right, and get revenge for him. The old dragons lamented. Dragon Ancestor waved their whining away. Since he's dead, that's that. Just go raise other dragons with talent. Zhuofan is more important right now. Is he alright or not? Ugh. The Dragon Saints were stumped. They rushed here the minute they heard their ancestor was back, hoping to get support. Only to find that the ancestor cared not for them. He solely wanted to know more about some human's life instead. Zhuofan must be ancestor's aide for sure. So they changed tactic. Ancestor, taking revenge for Dragon Sovereign or Steward Zhua is the same, because the same man did this to both. He still won't wake up? Dragon Ancestor turned to Kunpeng. What now? With the kid's mind locked away, he's more dead than alive. Kunpeng shouted. Listen well, the fate of the world rests on Zhuofan. Tell me exactly what went on so we can help him. Seniors, this is what happened. Sword Child came forward and retold the events. The 3 seniors eased up. I see. That's why there's a glimmer of hope. How fortunate. Old man, he's but an empty shell now with his strength robbed. It can't get worse than this. What hope are you talking about? Dragon Ancestor asked. You all right there? What can a cripple do? Cripple? Humph, you'd never say that if you knew who he is. Him? Dragon Ancestor's eyebrow rose. Isn't he a pawn in your schemes? Or is he some sovereign's reincarnation? Kunpeng said, pretty much. Old dragon, remember the uncrowned sovereign? Him? Dragon Ancestor gasped. Heavenly Sovereign's young brother. The one who with Heavenly Sovereign were called Heavenly Tao Exalted? That's Zhuofan. Then, why is he on the demonic path? Isn't it the goal of all sovereigns the supreme stage? Kunpeng's eyes shone. Heaven Sealing Cao and Dragon Ancestor thought. The union of 10 paths, the supreme stage. Is this legend true? Senior, could you? The trio chatted back and forth. When Luo Yunhai finally came forward with a smile and a bow, Kunpeng said, were the 3 sacred beasts vaulting Kunpeng, decimating Dragon Ancestor and Heaven Sealing Cao. We guided Zhuofan once, and came to see what happened to him. Sacred beasts? The same ones that can fight on par against the sovereigns? Luo Yunhai and everyone cheered. With sirs we can beat the 2 enemies. Kunpeng's face twitched. When? One of them is Heavenly Sovereign that fought all the others by himself. We 3 are nothing against him. Stop dreaming. Our only hope rests with Zhuofan. But Zhuofan is an empty shell. How can he? Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Kunpeng sneered. Didn't Yun Sovereign save the same empty shell with his star path? Now it's time that we do our part, and take him to the Heavenly Rebirth Lake. There he will regain everything, including the ancient power closest to Heavenly Sovereign. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.